Welcome to Sleepy Stories to Relax. Tonight, we invite you to leave behind the worries of the day and journey to a place few people have ever seen. A place hidden high above the clouds. A place where forgotten stories are carefully protected. A place where every book holds a little piece of wonder. Tonight's story is called The Floating Library in the Clouds. So get comfortable. Relax your shoulders. Take a slow, gentle breath. And let your imagination drift upward into the night sky. Far above the mountains. Far above the forests. And far above the tallest towers ever built by human hands. There floated a library. Not a castle. Not a city. A library. It rested upon a massive island made entirely of white clouds. From below, no one could see it. Travelers crossed valleys without knowing it existed. Ships sailed oceans beneath it. Birds flew far below its foundations. The floating library remained hidden from the world. Only a few people knew its secret. And among those few was a young librarian named Oliver. Oliver had lived in the floating library for as long as he could remember. Every morning he woke to the sight of endless clouds stretching across the horizon. Some days the clouds glowed gold. Some days they shone silver. And some days they looked like soft oceans drifting beneath the sky. Oliver loved those mornings. He would stand beside his window with a warm cup of tea and watch the sunrise paint the clouds with gentle colors. Then he would begin his work. The floating library was unlike any library that existed on Earth. Its shelves stretched farther than the eye could see. Thousands upon thousands of books filled the halls. Some books contained stories that had never been told. Some contained dreams people had forgotten. Others held memories that had been lost long ago. Every book was important. Every story mattered. And it was Oliver's responsibility to care for them. The library itself seemed alive. The shelves quietly shifted during the night. Books sometimes moved themselves. Pages occasionally turned without any wind. Yet nobody found these things strange. That was simply how the library worked. One peaceful evening, while organizing a section of forgotten fairy tales, Oliver noticed something unusual. A book had appeared where no book should have been. It rested alone on an empty shelf. Its cover was deep blue. Tiny silver stars shimmered across its surface. Oliver frowned. He had never seen this book before. And that was impossible. He knew every section of the library. Every shelf. Every corridor. Carefully, he picked up the mysterious volume. The cover contained no title. No author's name. Nothing. Only a small silver key embossed in the center. The moment his fingers touched the cover, the book gently glowed. A soft silver light spread across the pages. Oliver blinked. Then opened the book. Inside was only a single sentence. Written in elegant handwriting. It read, "Some stories have not yet been found." Oliver stared at the words. A strange feeling settled in his chest. Not fear. Not worry. Curiosity. The sentence seemed important somehow. As though it were the beginning of something. Far outside, the evening sky darkened. Stars slowly appeared above the clouds. The floating library grew quiet. Yet Oliver could not stop thinking about the mysterious book. He had a feeling that before long, Everything was about to change. Part 2. The mysterious book remained on Oliver's desk throughout the night. Even after he finished his work. Even after the library's lanterns dimmed. Even after silence settled across the endless halls. He couldn't stop looking at it. The blue cover shimmered softly beneath the golden lamp beside his bed. And the silver key embossed on its surface seemed almost alive. As though it were waiting. Watching. Patiently keeping a secret. Outside his window, clouds drifted beneath a sky filled with stars. The floating library rested peacefully in the darkness. Yet Oliver found it difficult to sleep. His thoughts kept returning to the strange sentence. Some stories have not yet been found. What did it mean? How could a story exist if nobody had found it? And why had the book appeared now? Eventually, sometime after midnight, exhaustion pulled him into sleep. And that night, he dreamed. He dreamed of a door. A small silver door standing alone among the clouds. There were no walls. No building. Only the door. Floating quietly beneath a sky full of stars. A tiny silver key hung from the handle. As Oliver approached, the door slowly began to open. Warm golden light spilled from within. A gentle breeze drifted through the opening. Then the dream faded. Morning arrived. Sunlight poured across the cloud island. The sky glowed with shades of gold and pale blue. It felt unusually vivid. More like a memory than a dream. After breakfast, he returned to the library's central hall. The mysterious blue book was exactly where he had left it. Waiting. Oliver opened it again. The sentence was still there. But now something else had appeared beneath it. Oliver watched in amazement. The new message read, "Seek the keeper of lost stories." The writing stopped. The page became still. Oliver blinked. The keeper of lost stories. He had never heard of such a person. The library contained answers to almost everything. He climbed spiral staircases, crossed hanging bridges between floating towers, explored ancient reading rooms rarely visited by anyone. The floating library was enormous. Much larger than most people could imagine. Some sections had not been entered for decades. Others seemed older than the clouds themselves. By late afternoon, Oliver had found nothing. No mention of a keeper. No mention of lost stories. No mention of a silver door. He sighed and sat beside a tall window overlooking the clouds. Below, white mist stretched endlessly toward the horizon. The view usually brought him peace. Today, however, his curiosity remained restless. Just then, a gentle voice spoke behind him. Looking for something. Oliver turned. Standing nearby was an elderly librarian named Evelyn. She was the oldest resident of the floating library. Nobody knew exactly how old she was. Evelyn smiled kindly. "You've been searching all day." Oliver nodded. "I found a strange book." The old librarian's eyes sparkled. "A blue one." Oliver stared. "You know about it." Evelyn chuckled softly. "I wondered when it would appear." The answer only deepened the mystery. Oliver stood quickly. "What is it?" Then she spoke quietly. "Long ago, before even I arrived here, there existed stories that were never completed." Oliver listened carefully. Stories abandoned before their endings were written. Dreams forgotten before they could be remembered. Tales lost between imagination and reality. The afternoon sunlight glowed around them. "And those stories?" Oliver asked. Evelyn smiled. "They still exist somewhere." A gentle breeze drifted through the hall, moving the pages of nearby books. The keeper of lost stories protects them. Oliver's heart raced with excitement. So the keeper is real. The old librarian nodded. Very real. And for the first time, Oliver realized that the floating library contained far more mysteries than he had ever imagined. Part 3. Oliver could hardly believe what he had just heard. A keeper of lost stories. A guardian responsible for protecting unfinished tales, forgotten dreams, and stories that had somehow slipped between imagination and reality. The idea felt impossible. And yet, the mysterious blue book had already appeared. The strange messages had already appeared on its pages. Perhaps impossible things were more common in the floating library than he had always believed. Evelyn slowly walked toward a nearby shelf. Her footsteps echoed softly through the quiet hall. Many years ago, she said, I searched for the keeper myself. Oliver followed her. You did. The elderly librarian nodded. I was young then. Curious, just as you are now. What happened? A warm smile appeared on her face. I never found the keeper. Oliver felt disappointed. But I did learn something important. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the enormous windows. Dust-like particles of silver light drifted through the air. The journey matters as much as the destination. Oliver laughed softly. That sounds like something written in a story. Evelyn smiled. Perhaps that's because it's true. The old librarian reached into a high shelf and removed a small book bound in pale gray leather. Unlike most books in the library, this one looked ancient. Its pages were worn with age. Its corners were softened by time. Carefully, she handed it to Oliver. What is this? A journal. Oliver opened it. The first pages contained handwritten notes. Maps. Sketches. Observations. Some entries seemed hundreds of years old. Near the middle, he found a drawing that made his heart skip. It showed a small silver door floating among clouds. The very same door from his dream. Oliver looked up immediately. Evelyn. The old librarian nodded. I thought you might recognize it. How is this possible? No one knows. The hall felt quiet. Oliver studied the sketch again. Every detail matched his dream perfectly. The silver handle. The tiny key. Even the clouds surrounding it. It was exactly the same. A cool breeze drifted through the window. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Oliver noticed something tucked between two pages. A folded piece of paper. Carefully, he opened it. Inside was a message written in faded silver ink. When the blue book appears, follow the path of forgotten stories. His eyes widened. Below the sentence was a symbol. A silver key. The same symbol that appeared on the mysterious blue book. Oliver's heart raced. This could not be a coincidence. The library seemed to be guiding him somewhere. Toward something hidden. Something waiting. Evelyn gently closed the journal. The signs are appearing. What signs? The same signs that appeared long ago. The old librarian gazed toward the endless shelves. For reasons I do not understand, the library has chosen you. Oliver felt both excited and nervous. Chosen me for what? Evelyn smiled softly. I suppose that's exactly what you're about to discover. Outside, evening began settling over the clouds. The sky turned shades of gold, purple, and deep blue. Far below, storms flashed silently beneath the cloud layers. From the highest tower of the floating library, a bell rang gently. The sound echoed through every corridor. Day was ending. Night was beginning. And somewhere within the endless halls of the floating library, a mystery was slowly awakening. As Oliver returned to his room that evening, he carried the blue book and the ancient journal with him. He had a feeling that before long, the silver door from his dreams would appear once again. And next time, he intended to follow it. Part 4. That night, Oliver placed the blue book beside his bed once again. Outside his window, the stars shone brightly above the endless sea of clouds. The floating library was quiet. Only the occasional turning of distant pages could be heard somewhere within its vast halls. As he lay beneath his blanket, his thoughts returned to the silver door. The drawing in Evelyn's journal. The mysterious message. The symbol of the key. Everything seemed connected. Eventually, sleep arrived. And once again, Oliver began to dream. He found himself standing upon a pathway made of clouds. Soft silver mist drifted through the air. The stars above appeared larger and brighter than he had ever seen before. Far ahead stood the silver door. Exactly as before. Waiting. This time, however, it was closer. Oliver slowly walked forward. The clouds beneath his feet glowed faintly with silver light. As he approached, he noticed something new. Tiny books floated around the door. Hundreds of them. Some were open. Others remained closed. They drifted gently through the air like leaves carried by a peaceful breeze. The sight was beautiful. Almost magical. When Oliver finally reached the door, he noticed the silver key hanging from the handle. Without hesitation, he reached for it. The moment his fingers touched the key, the door slowly swung open. Warm golden light spilled outward. And from somewhere beyond, he heard countless voices. Not loud voices. Soft ones. Whispers. Fragments of stories. Pieces of forgotten dreams. Unfinished endings. The sound filled the air like a gentle melody. Oliver stepped forward. But before he could cross the doorway, everything vanished. His eyes opened. Morning sunlight filled his room. The dream was gone. Yet the feeling remained. The door had seemed more real than ever. He sat up quickly. And immediately noticed something unusual. The blue book was glowing. Soft silver light pulsed beneath its cover. Carefully, Oliver opened it. A new message had appeared. The first story awaits. Below the sentence was another line. Follow the northern tower at sunset. Oliver read the words twice. Then 3 times. His excitement grew. For the first time, the book was giving clear instructions. The mystery was finally moving forward. The rest of the day passed slowly. Far too slowly. Oliver tried organizing shelves, sorting books, helping visitors. But his attention kept drifting toward the clock, toward the approaching sunset. Finally, evening arrived. Golden light spilled across the floating library. The clouds beneath glowed like rivers of gold. Oliver hurried toward the northern tower. It was one of the oldest parts of the library. Few people visited it anymore. Its spiral staircase climbed higher than any other tower. Step by step, Oliver ascended. The air grew cooler. The silence deepened. At last, he reached the top. The view was breathtaking. Clouds stretched endlessly in every direction. The setting sun painted the sky with brilliant shades of orange, pink, and purple. For several moments, he simply stood there. Watching. Listening. Waiting. Then something happened. A small silver light appeared in the distance. Floating among the clouds. Oliver stared. The light moved slowly toward the tower. Closer. And closer. until he realized what it was. A tiny floating book, no larger than his hand. The silver book drifted through the air and gently landed on the tower railing beside him. Its cover opened by itself. The pages turned, and a single sentence appeared. Find the story that was never finished. The wind grew still. The sun dipped below the horizon. And somewhere far beneath the clouds, a bell softly rang. Oliver looked at the mysterious silver book. Then toward the endless sky beyond. The journey had begun. And for the first time, he felt certain that the keeper of lost stories was closer than he had ever imagined. Part 5. Oliver carefully picked up the tiny silver book. It felt surprisingly warm in his hands. Not hot. Not cold. Just warm, like sunlight resting on an old window. The pages fluttered gently even though there was no wind. For a moment, he simply stood there at the top of the northern tower, watching the last colors of sunset fade beyond the clouds. Then something new appeared on the page. Silver letters slowly formed before his eyes. The unfinished story is hidden in the Hall of Forgotten Beginnings. Oliver's heart raced. He had heard that name only once before. Many years ago. The Hall of Forgotten Beginnings was one of the oldest sections of the floating library. Few librarians ever visited it. Some believed it contained the first stories that had ever been written. Others claimed it held stories that had been started but never completed. No one seemed entirely sure. As darkness settled across the sky, Oliver hurried down the spiral staircase. The library was growing quiet for the night. Golden lanterns glowed softly along endless corridors. Shadows stretched between towering shelves. Everything felt peaceful. Yet beneath that calm, excitement filled his heart. After nearly half an hour of walking, he finally reached a pair of enormous wooden doors. Ancient symbols were carved into the surface. Stars, keys, clouds, and open books. Above the doorway, silver letters shimmered faintly. Hall of Forgotten Beginnings. Oliver gently pushed the doors open. The room beyond was unlike any place he had ever seen. Thousands of books filled circular shelves that stretched upward into darkness. The ceiling seemed impossibly high. Small floating lanterns drifted silently through the air. The entire hall glowed with a warm golden light. In the very center stood a single pedestal. And resting upon it was one lonely book. Oliver slowly approached. Unlike the other books, this one looked unfinished. Its cover was blank. Its pages seemed incomplete. When he opened it, he found only a few paragraphs written inside. The story spoke of a young girl traveling through a forest of silver trees. Then suddenly, it stopped. No ending. No final chapter. Nothing. Only empty pages. Oliver frowned. This is the unfinished story. The moment he spoke, the floating lanterns brightened. A gentle breeze moved through the hall. Then, to his amazement, words began appearing on the blank pages. Not many. Just a single sentence. Every lost story wishes to be remembered. The letters shimmered softly. Then became still. Oliver stared at the message. The hall fell silent once more. Somewhere high above, a lantern drifted slowly through the darkness. And deep inside, he felt something changing. The mystery was becoming clearer. The keeper of lost stories was not protecting books alone. They were protecting forgotten possibilities. Dreams that had never reached their endings. Adventures that had never been completed. Stories waiting for someone to remember them. Oliver gently closed the book. As he did, he noticed something carved into the pedestal below. A familiar symbol. The silver key. And beneath it, a short message. The door opened soon. A chill of excitement ran through him. The silver door from his dreams. The mysterious key. The keeper of lost stories. Everything was leading toward the same destination. Outside the tall windows of the hall, stars filled the night sky. The floating library drifted peacefully above the clouds. And somewhere beyond those stars, Oliver felt certain that someone was waiting for him. Someone who had been watching his journey from the very beginning. Part 6. For the next few days, Oliver could think of little else. Every clue seemed to point toward the same mystery. The silver key. The unfinished stories. The keeper of lost stories. And above all, the silver door that continued appearing in his dreams. Yet no new messages appeared in the blue book. No floating silver books arrived. The library returned to its usual peaceful rhythm. Morning after morning, sunlight painted the clouds gold. Visitors wandered through the reading halls. Pages turned softly in distant rooms. Everything seemed normal. But Oliver knew something was changing. One evening, just as the sun was setting, he returned to his room after a long day of work. The moment he entered, he stopped. The blue book was glowing brighter than ever before. Silver light filled the room. The cover shimmered like starlight on water. Slowly, Oliver opened it. A new message appeared immediately. Tonight. Midnight. Follow the highest cloud bridge. His pulse quickened. At last. The next step had arrived. The hours passed slowly. Far too slowly. Oliver spent the evening walking through the library, trying to calm his thoughts. By the time midnight approached, the entire floating library had fallen silent. Only a few lanterns remained lit. The stars shone brightly above the clouds. Following the instructions, Oliver climbed to the highest level of the library. There, stretching into the darkness, was an ancient cloud bridge. He had seen it before. But it had always ended in empty sky. Tonight was different. A faint silver glow shimmered at the far end. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped forward. The cloud bridge felt soft beneath his feet. The night air was cool and still. Far below, endless clouds drifted across the darkness like a silent ocean. Step by step, he walked onward. The silver glow grew brighter. Closer. Until finally, he saw it. The door. The very same silver door from his dreams. Standing alone at the end of the bridge. A small silver key hung from the handle. Everything was exactly as he remembered. For a moment, Oliver simply stared. The sight felt impossible. Yet completely real. The stars sparkled overhead. The clouds moved gently below. And the door waited patiently before him. Slowly, he reached for the key. The metal felt warm. The moment his fingers touched it, the door began to glow. Soft golden light escaped from the edges. Then, without a sound, it opened. A warm breeze drifted outward, carrying the scent of old books and distant rain. Beyond the doorway lay a vast hall unlike anything Oliver had ever seen. Endless shelves stretched into the distance. Millions of books floated through the air. Silver lanterns drifted among them like stars. The entire place glowed with gentle golden light. It was beautiful, peaceful, magical. Then a voice spoke. "Welcome, Oliver." The voice was calm and kind. Oliver stepped through the doorway. Standing among the floating books was an elderly figure wearing a long silver robe. Their eyes sparkled like starlight. A warm smile rested on their face. Oliver knew immediately. Without needing to ask. Without needing an introduction. After all the clues. All the dreams. All the messages. There could be only one answer. At last, he had found the keeper of lost stories. Part 7. Oliver stood silently beneath the golden glow of countless floating lanterns. For a moment, he forgot every question he had planned to ask. The place around him was unlike anything he had ever imagined. Books drifted gently through the air. Some moved slowly between shelves. Others floated high above like stars crossing a night sky. Everything felt calm. Everything felt timeless. The elderly figure smiled warmly. "You've come a long way." Oliver nodded. "I've been searching for answers." The keeper chuckled softly. "Most visitors say the same thing." Their voice carried a peaceful kindness. The sort of voice that immediately made one feel at ease. Oliver looked around. Is this where all the lost stories are kept? The keeper followed his gaze. Some of them. Only some. The keeper nodded. Many lost stories still wander through dreams, memories, and imaginations. A floating book drifted past them. Its pages turned slowly on their own. Stories are unusual things, the keeper continued. They never truly disappear. Oliver listened carefully. The enormous hall seemed completely silent except for the gentle movement of pages. When people forget a story, said the keeper, they believe it is gone. But stories remember themselves. Oliver thought about the unfinished book he had found. The girl walking through the forest of silver trees. A story waiting for its ending. That's why you protect them? He asked. The keeper smiled. Exactly. They began walking through the vast hall. Oliver followed. Every shelf seemed endless. Every corridor led toward another ocean of books. Some books glowed softly. Others sparkled with tiny stars across their covers. A few floated peacefully beside the lanterns overhead. The sight filled him with wonder. After a while, they stopped before a large circular window. Beyond it stretched an endless sky filled with clouds and stars. The keeper looked outward thoughtfully. Do you know why the blue book chose you? Oliver shook his head. No. The keeper smiled. Because you listen. Oliver blinked. Listen. Most people search for answers. The keeper's eyes reflected the starlight beyond the window. But very few take time to listen. To stories. To dreams. To silence. A gentle breeze drifted through the hall. For a moment, neither spoke. Then the keeper continued. Every unfinished story wishes for someone to care enough to hear it. Oliver remembered all the years he had spent among the library shelves. The stories he had protected. The books he had cared for. Perhaps the keeper was right. Perhaps that was why the journey had begun. The keeper turned toward him once more. There is one final story I want to show you. With a wave of their hand, a small silver book floated gently from a nearby shelf. It landed softly in Oliver's hands. The cover was blank. Just like the unfinished book he had found earlier. What story is this? Oliver asked. The keeper's smile grew warmer. A story that has not yet been written. Oliver looked puzzled. The keeper pointed toward the book. Open it. Slowly, Oliver opened the cover. The pages were completely empty. Not a single word appeared anywhere. He looked up. I don't understand. The keeper's eyes sparkled. You will. Far above them, lanterns drifted through the golden light. The endless hall remained peaceful and still. And somewhere deep inside, Oliver sensed that the greatest part of his journey was only just beginning. Crescent Moon, the floating library in the clouds. Part 8. Oliver held the empty silver book carefully in his hands. The pages were completely blank. No title. No story. No words at all. For a long moment, he simply stared at them. Then he looked back at the keeper of lost stories. What am I supposed to do with it? The keeper smiled. The same thing every storyteller eventually does. Oliver waited. Write the next chapter. The answer seemed simple. Yet somehow it felt much bigger than he expected. The vast hall remained silent around them. Millions of books rested upon endless shelves. Some held adventures. Some held dreams. Some contained stories that had been remembered for centuries. But the book in Oliver's hands contained only possibility. The keeper slowly walked toward the great circular window. Outside, clouds drifted beneath a sea of stars. Most people believe stories begin with words, the keeper said softly. But they begin much earlier. Oliver listened carefully. They begin with curiosity. With wonder. With imagination. The silver lanterns above cast gentle reflections across the polished floor. The keeper turned toward him. Every story in this place started as a blank page. Oliver looked down at the empty book. For the first time, he understood. The unfinished stories he had been searching for were important. But so were the stories that had not yet been created. The dreams that still waited to be imagined. The adventures that had not yet begun. The possibilities hidden within every blank page. The keeper nodded, as if sensing his thoughts. Lost stories deserve to be remembered. And new stories deserve to be born. A peaceful silence settled between them. Then something remarkable happened. A single silver word slowly appeared on the first page of the book. Then another. And another. Not enough to form a complete sentence. Only a beginning. A starting point. A gentle invitation. Oliver smiled. The book was no longer empty. Its story had begun. Far above, floating books drifted through the golden air. The keeper looked pleased. I think the library chose wisely. Oliver laughed softly. I still have a lot to learn. We all do, the keeper replied. The stars beyond the window shimmered brightly. The clouds below moved like a calm ocean. And for the first time since finding the mysterious blue book, Oliver felt completely at peace. He had found the keeper. He had discovered the truth behind the lost stories. And perhaps most importantly, he had discovered something about himself. That stories were not merely things to protect. They were things to continue. To share. To create. After a while, the keeper guided him back toward the silver door. The journey was nearing its end. The floating library was waiting. And a new chapter of Oliver's life was about to begin. As they reached the doorway, the keeper offered one final smile. Remember, Oliver. What is forgotten can be remembered. And what has not yet been written can still become something wonderful. The golden hall glowed softly behind them. The stars shone above. And with the silver book safely in his hands, Oliver stepped toward home. Part 9 Final Chapter. Oliver stepped through the silver door and found himself once again standing upon the cloud bridge. The night sky stretched endlessly above him. The stars sparkled softly. Below, the clouds drifted like a peaceful ocean. When he turned around, the silver door was already fading. Its glow grew softer. Then softer still. Until at last it disappeared completely. Only the stars remained. And the silver book resting gently in his hands. Slowly, Oliver walked back toward the floating library. The familiar towers rose above the clouds. Golden lanterns glowed warmly through the windows. Everything felt the same. Yet somehow, everything felt different. The mystery had been solved. The journey had reached its end. But a new story was only beginning. The following morning, sunlight filled the library with golden light. Visitors wandered peacefully through the halls. Books rested quietly upon endless shelves. And for the first time in many days, Oliver returned to his ordinary work. Or at least, what seemed ordinary. Because now he noticed things differently. A forgotten book waiting to be discovered. A child reading beneath a window. An old traveler smiling at a favorite story. Everywhere he looked, stories were unfolding. Some were just beginning. Others were nearing their endings. And many were still waiting to be told. One afternoon, Evelyn found him sitting beside a window overlooking the clouds. The silver book rested open on his lap. A few new lines had appeared upon its pages. Not many. Just enough for a beginning. Evelyn smiled knowingly. You found what you were looking for. Oliver nodded. Yes. The elderly librarian glanced toward the silver book. And what did you learn? Oliver looked out across the endless sky. For a moment, he thought about the keeper. The floating lanterns. The unfinished stories. The blank pages. Then he smiled. I learned that stories never truly disappear. Evelyn's eyes sparkled. A valuable lesson. The clouds drifted peacefully below. The library bells rang softly in the distance. And somewhere among the endless shelves, pages turned gently on their own. That evening, after finishing his work, Oliver climbed to the highest balcony of the floating library. The sun was setting. The sky glowed with shades of gold, pink, and violet. The clouds looked like rivers of light stretching toward the horizon. He opened the silver book one last time. A new sentence had appeared. Every ending is also a beginning. Oliver smiled. Then carefully closed the cover. Far above, the first stars appeared. One by one. Then dozens. Then hundreds. The floating library drifted peacefully through the evening sky. And somewhere beyond the clouds, hidden among dreams and forgotten wonders, the keeper of lost stories continued their quiet work. Protecting unfinished tales. Guiding lost dreams. And waiting patiently for the next curious soul to find the silver door. As for Oliver, he remained among the clouds. Caring for stories. Protecting books. And slowly writing new chapters of his own. Perhaps that is true for all of us. Every day is a new page. Every memory a small story. Every dream the beginning of something wonderful. And now, dear listener, as the stars shine softly above and the clouds drift peacefully below, allow your thoughts to become calm. Allow the day to gently fade away. Like a book being closed after a beautiful chapter. The floating library grows quiet. The lanterns glow warmly. The pages stop turning. And the night welcomes you with peaceful dreams. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the floating library in the clouds. Until our next story. Sleep peacefully. Dream gently. And may your own story always be filled with wonder.
Good evening. I'm truly grateful that you've chosen to spend this quiet evening here. Perhaps today has been busy. Perhaps it has been long. Or perhaps, it has simply been one of those days that leaves your mind carrying a little more than it should. If so, you don't have to carry any of it for the next little while. Tonight, There are no schedules to follow, no questions to answer, no unfinished lists waiting for tomorrow. Only a gentle story, and a peaceful place where time has learned to move slowly. So, settle into a comfortable position. Allow your shoulders to relax. Take one slow, easy breath, and then another. Feel the day becoming a little lighter with each gentle exhale. And if, at any moment, sleep quietly finds you before our journey reaches its end, then simply let it. The story will continue, just as the wind continues through the trees. Whether anyone is listening or not, welcome to Sleepy Stories to Relax. Tonight, we are traveling to a quiet valley where morning mist lingers a little longer than anywhere else. A place where narrow country lanes disappear beneath tall maple trees. Where birds greet the sunrise with soft songs. And where every season leaves behind its own gentle kind of beauty. Hidden at the edge of that peaceful valley, beyond a weathered wooden fence, and surrounded by flowering hedgerows, stands an old greenhouse. It is not grand. It is not famous. Many travelers pass nearby without ever noticing it. Its glass has become beautifully wavy with age. Tiny climbing vines wrap themselves around its white painted frame. The old brass door handle has been polished smooth by gentle hands over many years. Inside, hundreds of plants quietly grow beneath warm sunlight. Some are familiar, others are wonderfully rare. Tiny ferns unfurl their delicate leaves each morning. White orchids bloom without asking to be admired. Lemon trees fill the air with a fresh citrus fragrance. Climbing jasmine stretches lazily toward the glass roof above. Everything inside seems to breathe peacefully together. And yet, they say, if you enter with a hurried heart, you will leave walking a little slower. If you arrive carrying heavy thoughts, you may discover that some of them quietly stay behind among the leaves. No one quite knows why. Perhaps it is the warm sunlight that fills every corner. Perhaps it is the gentle rhythm of watering cans, the quiet flutter of butterflies, or the peaceful sound of rain tapping softly against old glass whenever clouds pass overhead. Whatever the reason, people who visit rarely forget the feeling. This evening, as the golden light of sunset begins to settle across the valley, you find yourself standing before the greenhouse for the very first time. A narrow stone path leads gently toward the entrance. Wild lavender grows freely beside it. Honeybees drift lazily from flower to flower. A robin watches quietly from the top of the weathered fence. The air smells of fresh herbs, warm earth, and blooming roses carried by the evening breeze. The little greenhouse glows softly beneath the setting sun. Its old windows shimmer with reflections of drifting clouds. For a moment, you simply stand there, looking, listening, breathing. It feels as though the whole valley has paused, waiting for you to take the first gentle step. You reach the small wooden porch. The evening breeze brushes against it. Its delicate chime rings only once. Soft, clear, almost like a quiet welcome. You turn it slowly. The door opens without effort. A gentle wave of warm air greets you. It carries the comforting fragrance of fresh soil, blooming jasmine, sweet basil, chamomile flowers. As the last golden rays of sunlight shine through the old glass roof, you take one slow step inside, and the greenhouse quietly closes the world behind you. The old glass door closes gently behind you. Not with a click, not with a thud, only a soft whisper, as though the greenhouse wishes to keep every peaceful sound safely inside. For a moment, you simply stand near the entrance. The warm air feels different here. Outside, the evening breeze carries the freshness of the open valley. Inside, everything is softer, warmer, filled with the comforting fragrance of growing things. Fresh basil, lemon leaves, blooming jasmine, chamomile flowers, and rich earth that has been lovingly cared for over many years. Above, the old glass roof stretches from one end of the greenhouse to the other. Each pane is slightly wavy with age. The setting sun shines through them in gentle shades of gold and amber. Tiny beams of light drift across the stone floor, as though the sunlight itself has slowed down. Rows of wooden tables stand neatly throughout the greenhouse. Upon them rest hundreds of terracotta pots. No two are exactly alike. Some are smooth, others carry tiny cracks that tell stories of many changing seasons. Yet every single one holds something alive. A young fern slowly uncurls its delicate fronds. Tiny lavender plants sway almost imperceptibly. White orchids bloom with quiet elegance. Small rosemary bushes fill the air with their clean, earthy fragrance. Nothing here asks to be admired. Everything simply grows, one peaceful day at a time. A narrow pathway of worn stone winds gently between the plants. The edges are softened by patches of emerald moss. It feels less like a walkway, and more like a quiet invitation. You begin walking slowly. Your footsteps make almost no sound. The greenhouse seems to welcome silence. Nearby, a small wooden watering can rests beside a clay pot of fresh mint. Tiny droplets still cling to its polished brass spout. Someone has cared for these plants not long ago. Yet there is no sign of anyone. Only the quiet evidence of patient hands. A butterfly with pale blue wings drifts lazily through the warm air. It circles a cluster of white blossoms, pauses for only a heartbeat, then continues deeper into the greenhouse. Its delicate wings move so gently. They seem to float more than fly. Near the center of the room, you notice a long wooden workbench. Its surface is beautifully worn smooth. Small gardening tools rest neatly in a woven basket. A pair of linen gloves lies folded beside a ceramic bowl filled with freshly gathered lavender. An open notebook sits quietly nearby. Pressed between its pages are tiny dried flowers from seasons long past. No words have been written today. The blank page waits patiently, as though it understands that some evenings are better spent observing than speaking. From somewhere beyond the rows of plants, you hear the gentle trickle of water once again. The tiny fountain. Its soft rhythm rises and falls with perfect calm. Each note seems to echo through the warm glass house. Never hurried, never repeating itself in exactly the same way. The path curves gently toward the sound. Along the way, you pass a row of small lemon trees. Their glossy green leaves catch the golden evening light. Tiny white blossoms fill the air with the faintest citrus fragrance. One perfectly ripe lemon hangs from a low branch. Its bright color glows warmly against the deep green leaves. You pause beside it for a moment. Not to pick it, only to admire how quietly beautiful simple things can be. The deeper you walk, the quieter your thoughts become. The world beyond the glass walls begins to feel wonderfully distant. The worries you carried here seem to fade, like mist disappearing beneath the morning sun. Only the peaceful rhythm of the greenhouse remains. The soft rustle of leaves. The gentle fragrance of herbs. The warm evening light. And somewhere ahead, the quiet song of a little fountain, waiting patiently to welcome you. The gentle sound of the fountain grows a little clearer with every step. It is not a grand fountain. Not the kind that fills a garden with rushing water. This one speaks in quiet whispers, then falls gently into a shallow pool below. The sound is steady, comforting, like a peaceful conversation that never asks to be interrupted. You follow the winding stone path until the greenhouse opens into a bright circular space beneath the tallest part of the glass roof. Here, the evening sunlight pours through the old panes in long ribbons of warm gold. Tiny droplets of water resting on the leaves sparkle like little pieces of crystal. Every plant seems to glow from within. At the center stands the little fountain. Its basin is carved from pale limestone that has grown smooth over many years. Around it, large ferns spread their graceful green leaves. Delicate vines climb slender wooden trellises toward the roof above. The whole space feels alive, yet wonderfully still. Beside the fountain rests a simple wooden bench. Its smooth oak surface carries the warmth of the afternoon sun. You sit down slowly. The gentle trickle of water fills the quiet around you. A tiny robin suddenly appears at the edge of the fountain. It hops carefully onto one of the smooth stones, tilting its little head as if listening to the water. After taking a quick drink, it flutters upward to a nearby olive tree. There it settles comfortably among the silver-green leaves. Not far away, a small family of butterflies drifts lazily through the warm air. Some are soft white, others carry gentle shades of blue and pale yellow. They move without hurry, pausing now and then upon blooming flowers before floating onward once more. The greenhouse seems perfectly designed for slow moments like these. Nothing feels rushed. Nothing feels unfinished. Even the sunlight appears content to linger. You notice something growing beside the bench. A tiny pot of lavender. Its blossoms are small, almost delicate. A handwritten wooden label beside it reads, "Growing quietly, one day at a time." You smile gently. Those simple words somehow belong to more than the little plant. Perhaps they belong to all of us. Life rarely asks us to bloom overnight. Like these quiet flowers, we grow little by little, day by day, without always noticing how far we have already come. The air grows slightly warmer. The glass roof has gathered the last gentle warmth of the afternoon. It surrounds every leaf, every blossom, and every peaceful corner with comforting light. Above, a few soft clouds drift across the evening sky. Their shadows pass slowly over the greenhouse. Golden light becomes gentle shade. Then golden light returns once more. The change is so gradual. You almost don't notice it happening. On a nearby shelf, tiny clay pots hold young seedlings. Each one has only a few tender green leaves. Yet each is reaching quietly toward the light. No one is cheering them on. No one is measuring how quickly they grow. Still, every day, they continue, patiently, faithfully, exactly as nature intended. You lean back against the bench, listening. The fountain, the gentle flutter of butterfly wings, leaves brushing softly against one another, a bee humming somewhere among the lavender, the occasional cheerful note from the little robin overhead. Together, they create a melody so peaceful, it feels almost impossible to remember the noise of the outside world. The greenhouse offers no grand discoveries, only quiet reminders that gentle things can be strong, that patient things can be beautiful, and that sometimes, the most meaningful journeys begin the moment we simply slow down enough to notice what has always been around us. For a little while longer, you remain beside the little fountain, letting its peaceful song carry you deeper into the quiet heart of the greenhouse. The little fountain continues its gentle melody. Each quiet splash seems to settle softly into the warm air, like a lullaby that has been patiently playing for many years. You remain on the wooden bench for a little while longer. The greenhouse feels wonderfully peaceful, not because it is perfectly silent, but because every sound belongs exactly where it should. Somewhere above, a tiny bird shifts upon a wooden beam. The fountain continues its calm rhythm. And beyond the old glass roof, the evening breeze whispers softly through the branches of nearby maple trees. After a few peaceful moments, you stand once again. The winding stone path leads deeper into the greenhouse. This quieter corner feels almost like a small forest beneath glass. Tall palms stretch gracefully toward the ceiling. Broad monstera leaves catch the fading sunlight. Delicate hanging ferns spill from wooden baskets suspended overhead. Tiny droplets of water rest upon every leaf. Whenever the golden light touches them, they sparkle for a brief moment, before quietly disappearing into the growing evening. Nearby, a long wooden shelf holds rows of carefully labeled clay pots. Each one contains a different herb: fresh thyme, lemon balm, sage, peppermint, sweet marjoram. Their gentle fragrances blend together so naturally that the greenhouse itself seems to breathe with every passing breeze. You pause beside a small rosemary bush, running your fingers lightly across one of its soft branches. The fresh scent rises instantly. Clean, comforting, wonderfully familiar. It reminds you that some of the simplest things in life often become the ones we remember most. The path turns gently. Ahead, you discover an old wooden ladder resting beside a wall of climbing jasmine. Its white blossoms have reached almost to the glass roof. Tiny flowers continue opening one by one, even as daylight slowly begins to fade. The fragrance is delicate, never overwhelming, only enough to fill the air with quiet sweetness. Beside the ladder stands an antique potting table. Its oak surface carries the marks of many peaceful seasons. Small terracotta pots wait neatly in rows. A spool of natural twine. A pair of polished brass scissors. A folded linen cloth. Everything has its place. Nothing feels forgotten. A tiny watering can catches your attention. Unlike the others, this one is made of aged copper. Its surface glows warmly beneath the evening light. Small droplets still cling to its curved spout. Someone must have been here not long before you arrived, quietly watering each plant, leaf by leaf, without rushing, without needing to finish quickly. Only enjoying the gentle rhythm of caring for something that grows slowly. Above, the sunlight begins changing. The warm gold of late afternoon softens into shades of amber and pale orange. The greenhouse glows as though every pane of glass has become part of the sunset itself. Shadows grow longer. The leaves create delicate patterns across the stone floor. Everything feels slower now, gentler, almost dreamlike. From somewhere near the entrance, you hear the tiny brass bell ring once. A soft breeze has found its way through the slightly open door. Its quiet chime drifts through the greenhouse, then fades peacefully away. A little orange butterfly lands upon a blooming chamomile flower. It remains perfectly still for several moments. The flower bends gently beneath its light weight. Neither seems to mind. They simply share the quiet evening together. You smile. There is something comforting about a place where even the smallest moments are given time to unfold. The greenhouse never asks anything from you. It simply invites you to observe, to breathe, to notice, to let your thoughts settle as gently as sunlight upon a leaf. And as the evening continues its slow journey toward twilight, you realize something beautiful. The golden light of the evening begins to soften. Little by little, the warm colors inside the greenhouse become gentler. Amber turns to honey. Honey slowly fades into the peaceful blue of early twilight. The old glass roof reflects the changing sky above. Soft clouds drift quietly overhead. Their shapes move so slowly. They almost seem to pause above the valley before continuing their unhurried journey. You continue along the winding stone path. The greenhouse now feels even more peaceful than before. The warmth remains, but the light has become calmer, more restful. Small lanterns hanging from the wooden beams begin to glow one by one. No one lights them. It almost feels as though the greenhouse simply knows when evening has arrived. Their gentle golden light settles softly among the leaves. Never bright, only warm enough to make every corner feel welcoming. Ahead, a narrow archway covered with climbing ivy leads into another room beneath the glass roof. This section is smaller, more intimate. Here, the air carries the comforting fragrance of tea leaves and fresh herbs. Along one wall stands a collection of wooden shelves. Glass jars rest neatly upon them. Each is carefully labeled in graceful handwriting. Chamomile, peppermint, lemon verbena, lavender, rose petals, dried orange peel. Everything has been gathered with patience, prepared with care. A simple wooden kettle rests upon a small cast iron stove. Beside it, two ceramic mugs wait quietly on a polished oak tray. The scene feels less like a kitchen, and more like a quiet ritual repeated every peaceful evening. Nearby, a round wooden table stands beside a tall window. The glass is slightly misted from the warmth inside. Through it, you can see the valley slowly preparing for night. The distant hills are wrapped in soft blue light. A few birds make their final flight across the evening sky. The first tiny star quietly appears above the horizon. You sit beside the window. A linen cushion rests comfortably upon the chair. Its fabric smells faintly of lavender and cedar. The warmth of the greenhouse surrounds you like a gentle blanket. Somewhere nearby, a clock begins to tick softly. Not loudly enough to measure time, only gently enough to remind you that every peaceful moment deserves to be noticed. A tiny ginger kitten appears from beneath one of the shelves. Its little paws make almost no sound upon the stone floor. It pauses, looks at you with calm golden eyes. then stretches lazily before curling into a woven basket lined with a soft wool blanket. Within moments, it has fallen asleep. Its quiet breathing becomes another peaceful rhythm inside the greenhouse. Outside, a light breeze brushes against the old glass. The climbing jasmine sways gently. Tiny leaves tap softly against the window. The sound is wonderfully calming. Not rain, not wind, only leaves greeting the evening. You pour yourself a warm cup of chamomile tea. The delicate steam rises slowly, carrying the comforting fragrance of wildflowers and honey. The ceramic mug feels pleasantly warm between your hands. You take one slow sip. The gentle warmth seems to travel through your whole body. Outside, the last golden light finally slips behind the distant hills. Twilight now settles completely across the valley. Inside the greenhouse, the lanterns continue their quiet glow. Their reflections shimmer softly upon the old glass roof. Every plant casts gentle shadows across the stone floor. The little fountain continues its familiar melody somewhere beyond the ivy archway. You close your eyes for just a moment, listening. The fountain, the ticking clock, leaves brushing the glass, the peaceful breathing of the sleeping kitten, the gentle crackle from the tiny stove. Together, not excitement, not adventure, simply the rare comfort of knowing that, for this one quiet evening, the warm cup of chamomile tea rests quietly in your hands. Its gentle warmth lingers for a little while longer. Outside, twilight has settled peacefully across the valley. Inside the greenhouse, the lanterns now provide a soft golden glow that feels almost like candlelight. Nothing here is bright. Nothing asks for attention. Every light simply offers a quiet welcome. You set the empty cup back onto the wooden table. The tiny sound of ceramic meeting oak disappears almost as quickly as it arrives. The sleeping ginger kitten stretches lazily inside its woven basket. It opens one eye for only a moment, looks toward the lantern, then curls into an even smaller, cozier ball. Its quiet contentment somehow makes the whole room feel warmer. You continue along another narrow pathway. This one is lined with smooth river stones, their surfaces polished by many years of gentle footsteps. On either side, rows of flowering plants seem to lean slightly toward the lantern light. White camellias, soft pink begonias, deep violet African violets, tiny blossoms, each one quietly beautiful in its own way. The fragrance changes as you walk. The fresh scent of herbs slowly gives way to something sweeter. Gardenias, night-blooming jasmine, and a hint of vanilla carried from delicate orchids climbing along the wooden beams above. The old greenhouse feels larger than it first appeared. Every turn reveals another peaceful corner. Another quiet place where time seems happy to move slowly. Ahead, you notice a long wooden potting bench beneath a row of tall windows. Moonlight has begun to mix with the lantern glow. Together, they paint gentle patterns across the polished wood. Resting neatly upon the bench is a small collection of seed envelopes. Each one has been carefully illustrated by hand. Wildflowers, lavender, foxgloves, sweet peas. Tiny notes written beneath each drawing describe not how quickly the flowers grow, but when they bloom best. With patience, after gentle rain, when mornings become warmer, given enough light, you pause for a quiet smile. The greenhouse seems to understand something the outside world often forgets. Everything beautiful follows its own season. Nothing is rushed. Nothing is forced. A small wooden stool sits beside the bench. On it rests a woven basket filled with smooth pine cones gathered from the nearby forest. Their earthy fragrance blends softly with cedar wood and fresh moss. Above, the glass roof has become a mirror for the evening sky. The first stars now appear one by one. Tiny points of silver scattered across deepening blue. Between them, the graceful outline of climbing vines creates delicate shadows against the glass. A single moth circles one of the hanging lanterns. Its pale wings catch the golden light for only a heartbeat before it drifts peacefully into the darker corner of the greenhouse. Nearby, a narrow shelf holds dozens of tiny succulents. Each one is wonderfully unique. Some resemble little green roses. Others look almost like miniature trees. A few carry tiny droplets of water that sparkle beneath the lantern light like morning dew. No two are the same. Yet together, they create a beautiful harmony. You gently brush your fingertips across the smooth edge of one clay pot. The cool terracotta feels comforting beneath your hand. Simple, honest, timeless. From somewhere beyond the greenhouse, a light rain begins. The first few drops land softly upon the old glass roof. Tap, tap, tap. The sound is so gentle. It almost blends into the quiet melody of the little fountain. Soon, the rainfall becomes a peaceful rhythm. Not heavy, not stormy. Only a soft evening shower washing the valley outside. Inside, everything feels even cozier. Not because it is extra, but because every visit, one quiet breath, one falling raindrop, one patient season at a time. The gentle rain continues to fall. Its quiet rhythm upon the old glass roof has become part of the greenhouse itself. Tap, tap, tap. Each tiny raindrop seems to arrive with perfect patience. Never hurried, never too loud, only soft enough to make the warm room feel even cozier. You remain beside the tall fig tree for a little while. The broad leaves catch the golden lantern light. Every now and then, a single drop of water slips from one leaf to another, falling with the gentlest little sound. The greenhouse seems wonderfully alive. Not through movement, but through quiet growth. Every plant is reaching toward the light. Every flower is opening in its own time. Every tiny seedling is becoming just a little stronger than it was yesterday. The winding stone path leads you toward the far end of the greenhouse. Here, the glass walls curve outward into a small conservatory. It is perhaps the quietest corner of all. A circular room surrounded almost entirely by windows. Outside, the rain paints delicate trails across the glass. Beyond them, the valley has begun to disappear beneath a thin silver mist. The distant hills are only gentle shadows now. Near the center of the room stands an old rocking chair. Its oak frame has been polished smooth by many peaceful evenings. A handwoven wool blanket rests neatly across the back. Beside the chair, a tiny round table holds an oil lantern. Its steady flame glows softly behind clear glass. Next to it lies a well-loved book. Its leather cover has faded with time. A pressed fern leaf marks the page where someone quietly stopped reading. You do not open it. Some stories are meant to remain exactly where they were left. Instead, You settle gently into the rocking chair. It moves almost silently. Forward, then back. Forward, then back. Its slow rhythm soon joins the rain upon the roof. The lantern beside you flickers gently. Not because of wind, but because every flame has its own peaceful dance. Nearby, a small shelf holds several handmade clay bowls. Each one contains something gathered from the garden. Smooth river stones, dried lavender, pine cones, rose petals, tiny seashells brought long ago from a quiet shoreline. Simple treasures, collected not because they were rare, but because someone found beauty in ordinary things. The rain becomes a little steadier. Tiny streams of water run down the old glass panes. The lantern light reflects through them, turning each droplet into a little piece of gold. Outside, a blackbird lands quietly upon the wooden fence. Its feathers glisten with rain. For a moment, it simply watches the greenhouse. Then it gently fluffs its wings, sings one soft evening note, and disappears into the mist. Inside, the warmth never changes. The little fountain continues its peaceful song somewhere beyond the rows of plants. After circling twice, it settles comfortably against the warm folds of wool. Its quiet purring begins almost immediately. Soft, steady, comforting. You rest one hand gently upon the blanket. The kitten continues sleeping without concern. It trusts the quiet of this place completely. Above, the rain begins to slow. The steady tapping grows lighter. Far beyond the clouds, the moon quietly waits for its turn to appear. The greenhouse seems to know this. The lanterns glow a little warmer. The shadows become softer. Every peaceful corner prepares for the calm beauty of the coming night. You close your eyes for just a moment. The rocking chair continues its slow rhythm. The kitten purrs peacefully beside you. The fountain sings. The rain whispers. And somewhere deep within the quiet greenhouse, that rest is not something to earn. Sometimes, it is simply something to accept. One gentle evening, one peaceful breath, and one quiet moment at a time. The rocking chair slows almost to a stop. Forward, then back, until at last it becomes perfectly still. The little ginger kitten remains peacefully asleep beside you. It blends almost completely with the quiet sound of the fountain. Outside, the evening rain has nearly ended. Only a few final drops slide down the old glass roof. Beyond the greenhouse, the clouds begin to drift apart. One by one, the first bright stars return to the sky. Their silver light shines through the rain-washed glass. The entire greenhouse feels brighter now. Not because the lanterns have changed, but because moonlight has quietly joined them. Warm gold, cool silver. Together, they create a peaceful glow unlike any other. You rise slowly from the rocking chair. The wool blanket slips gently back into place. The kitten barely stirs. Only one tiny ear twitches before it settles into an even deeper sleep. You continue along the curved pathway. Here, the greenhouse becomes wonderfully open. Tall citrus trees grow beneath the highest part of the glass roof. Their branches are heavy with lemons, oranges, and tiny blossoms that fill the air with a fresh, delicate fragrance. A few drops of rain still rest upon the fruit. Whenever the moonlight touches them, they shine like tiny pieces of polished amber. In the center of this room stands an old stone sundial. By day, It quietly measures sunlight. Tonight, it simply reflects the stars. Small climbing roses wind gently around its base. Their pale petals glow softly beneath the lantern light. Time seems strangely unimportant here. No clocks, no schedules, only the peaceful rhythm of evening becoming night. Nearby, a narrow spiral staircase catches your attention. Its steps are made of old oak. Its handrail curves gracefully upward toward a small balcony beneath the roof. You begin climbing slowly. Each wooden step gives the faintest, friendliest creak. The sound feels comforting, like an old house quietly greeting someone it has known for many years. At the top, the balcony overlooks the entire greenhouse. From here, you can see every peaceful corner you have explored tonight. The little fountain shimmering below. The rows of herbs. The flowering orchids. The tiny tea room. The rocking chair by the rain-kissed windows. Everything rests beneath a beautiful blend of lantern light and moonlight. The old glass roof stretches above like a crystal sky. Through it, the stars seem impossibly close. A gentle breeze slips through a slightly opened roof window. It carries the cool freshness of the valley after rain. The warm air inside the greenhouse welcomes it kindly. Neither tries to replace the other. Instead, they blend together perfectly. The scent of wet earth rises from the garden outside. Inside, lavender, chamomile, rosemary, and blooming jasmine continue their quiet fragrance. Together, they create an aroma so calming that every slow breath feels like part of the journey. Along the balcony railing, you pause beside one of the windows, looking out across the peaceful countryside. The rain has left every meadow shining beneath the moon. A narrow stream winds quietly through the valley like a ribbon of silver. Far away, a tiny cottage window glows with a warm golden light. Perhaps someone there is reading beside a fireplace. Perhaps a kettle is quietly singing on the stove. Or perhaps, like you, someone has simply chosen to enjoy the peaceful beauty of the night. You rest your hands upon the smooth wooden railing. For a long moment, you say nothing, think nothing. You simply watch the moonlight resting gently upon the world. And somewhere inside, a quiet realization begins to bloom. Just as every plant in this greenhouse grows toward the light, the heart also grows, when it is given enough peace, enough kindness, and enough time. For a little while, you remain upon the little balcony. The wooden railing feels smooth beneath your hands. Its gentle warmth has not yet disappeared. Below, the greenhouse rests peacefully beneath its canopy of old glass. From above, the winding stone paths resemble quiet little streams flowing gently through a forest of green. The lanterns continue their soft golden glow. Each one creates a small island of warmth among the leaves. Between them, moonlight pours through the rain-washed roof. Silver and gold quietly meet upon every stone, every flower, and every polished clay pot. The fountain continues its timeless song. From this height, its gentle voice feels even softer. Almost as though the entire greenhouse is breathing in slow, peaceful rhythm. You begin walking along the narrow balcony. Small wooden shelves line the wall. Upon them rest dozens of tiny bonsai trees. Each one has been patiently shaped over many years. Some resemble ancient oaks standing proudly upon distant hills. Others bend gracefully like windswept pines beside a quiet sea. None of them are tall. yet each carries the quiet dignity of a much older forest. Beside every tree, a small handwritten card tells only its age. 7 years, 12 years, 23 years, 31 years. No other description, no mention of how valuable they are. Only a gentle reminder that beautiful things are often the result of patient care. A tiny pair of brass pruning scissors rests nearby, perfectly polished, carefully placed upon folded linen. Someone here clearly understands that caring for living things is never something to rush. The balcony curves gently toward the eastern end of the greenhouse. Here, you discover something you had not noticed before. A tall grandfather clock stands quietly against the wooden wall. Its oak case is beautifully carved with tiny vines and flowers. The glass door reflects the lantern light. Inside, the brass pendulum swings with slow certainty. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The sound is never sharp, never demanding. It simply marks the passing evening with calm confidence. Unlike the busy clocks of everyday life, this one almost seems to encourage you not to count the hours, but to enjoy them. You smile quietly. Perhaps that is why it belongs here. Nearby, a long wooden window has been opened just enough to welcome the cool night air. A gentle breeze enters. It stirs the hanging ivy. The leaves rustle softly overhead. Their quiet whisper mingles with the ticking clock and the fountain below. The greenhouse feels wonderfully complete. Nothing more seems necessary. No music, no conversation, only the peaceful sounds of nature, and the quiet work of time itself. You slowly descend another staircase leading toward a different corner of the greenhouse. This room is filled with climbing roses. White, blush pink, and soft peach blossoms cover graceful wooden arches. Their fragrance is delicate, fresh, almost like the memory of spring carried gently into summer. Moonlight slips through the glass above, painting pale silver across every petal. Tiny beads of rain still rest upon the roses. Whenever the lantern light reaches them, they sparkle for a moment, then quietly fade again. Near the center of the room, a small marble birdbath catches your eye. Fresh rainwater has filled it almost to the brim, shakes a few sparkling droplets from its feathers, then disappears into the jasmine vines with one soft flutter of wings. You continue walking. Your footsteps remain slow, natural, unhurried. It no longer feels as though you are exploring the greenhouse. Instead, it feels as though the greenhouse has gently invited you to become part of its peaceful evening. For a little while, you simply belong here, among the lanterns, the flowers, even after the darkest night. The quiet promise of the greenhouse seems to follow you with every gentle step. There is no map, no destination waiting at the end of the path. Only one peaceful corner leading naturally to another. The climbing roses slowly give way to a quieter room. Here, the air feels a little cooler. A long, narrow channel of clear water flows gently through the center of the floor. It is only a few inches deep. Smooth river stones line its edges. The tiny stream begins beneath the little fountain you visited earlier, then winds peacefully through the greenhouse before disappearing beneath a bed of ferns. A series of small wooden bridges cross the water, made from pale oak polished smooth by countless footsteps. You step onto the nearest bridge. The wood gives the faintest, friendliest creak. Beneath you, the water moves so gently that it almost seems perfectly still. Tiny silver fish drift lazily through the shallow stream. They never hurry. They simply glide with the quiet current. Every now and then, one rises toward the surface. A tiny circle of ripples spreads outward, growing wider, until the water becomes smooth once more. The reflections above dance softly across the stream. Lantern light, moonlight, the graceful leaves overhead, all of them flow together as though the greenhouse itself has become part of the water. You pause at the middle of the bridge, resting your hands lightly upon the wooden railing. The stream reminds you of something simple. Water never rushes to become a river. It simply keeps moving, one gentle moment after another. Perhaps peaceful lives grow in much the same way. Across the bridge, you discover another beautiful surprise. An entire wall is covered with climbing passion flowers. Their remarkable blossoms seem almost too delicate to be real. Soft shades of lavender, white, and pale blue open beneath the lantern light. Nearby, tiny hummingbirds hover gracefully among the flowers. Their wings move far too quickly to follow. Yet their tiny bodies remain perfectly still in the air. One pauses beside a blossom for only a heartbeat, then quietly disappears into the leaves. The greenhouse seems to welcome every living creature with the same gentle kindness. Further along the path, you notice a collection of old wooden crates stacked neatly beside the wall. Each one is filled with freshly harvested herbs and vegetables. Bundles of rosemary tied with natural twine. Bright green basil leaves. Little carrots still carrying traces of fresh earth. Round tomatoes glowing like tiny lanterns. Everything has been gathered carefully. Nothing wasted. Nothing taken before its time. The quiet rhythm of growing, waiting, and harvesting feels beautifully complete. A small handwritten sign rests upon the top crate. Its faded lettering reads, "The garden always gives more to those who learn to wait." You pause there for a moment. Those words seem to belong not only to the plants, but to life itself. Some of the most meaningful things cannot be hurried. Trust, friendship, peace, rest. Like seeds beneath the soil, they quietly become stronger long before anyone can see them. The stream continues beside you. Its peaceful song joins the fountain once again. Together, they create a melody so gentle that even the ticking grandfather clock seems to move in harmony with it. Above, the moon has climbed higher into the night sky. Its silver light pours through the old glass roof. The greenhouse now glows with two kinds of light. The warm comfort of lanterns, and the cool serenity of the moon. Neither overpowers the other. Instead, they exist together in perfect balance. You take one slow breath. The fragrance of fresh herbs, moist earth, blooming flowers, and rain-washed leaves fills the warm night air. It has simply given you enough quiet to remember the calm that was already within you. The little stream continues beside you. Its gentle current slips quietly beneath smooth wooden bridges, around polished river stones, and through clusters of graceful ferns. The water never rushes. It simply follows its peaceful path, as though it has all the time in the world. You walk alongside it, slowly, comfortably. The greenhouse has become wonderfully familiar now. The lanterns glow with their steady warmth. The moonlight rests gently upon the old glass roof. Every peaceful corner feels less like a place you are visiting, and more like somewhere that has quietly welcomed you home. Ahead, the stone pathway widens into the largest room of the greenhouse. The ceiling rises high above. Old iron arches support the weathered glass panels. Delicate vines weave themselves around every beam. The moon shines through them in soft silver ribbons. At the very center of the room grows an extraordinary tree. It is neither tall nor grand. Yet something about it immediately draws your attention. Its trunk twists gently with age. Its bark is smooth and pale. Its branches spread outward like welcoming arms. Tiny white blossoms cover every branch. Their fragrance is almost impossible to describe. Fresh, light, peaceful. The air beneath the tree feels wonderfully still. A circular wooden bench has been built around its trunk. You sit down quietly. The smooth wood feels pleasantly cool now that evening has settled completely. Above, hundreds of blossoms sway ever so gently. Every now and then, one delicate white petal lets go. It drifts slowly through the warm air, turning once, then again, before landing softly upon the bench beside you. Soon another follows, then another. The petals fall so slowly. They seem less like flowers, and more like quiet little blessings carried by the night. For a long while, you simply watch them. Nothing else asks for your attention. Only the graceful dance of white blossoms beneath the moon. Nearby, you hear the familiar flutter of wings. The little robin has returned. This time, it settles quietly upon one of the tree's lower branches. It tucks its head gently beneath a wing. Within moments, it too has fallen asleep. Its tiny chest rises and falls with calm, steady breaths. The greenhouse smiles in its own quiet way. Even the birds know this is a safe place to rest. The lantern closest to the tree flickers gently. Its warm light blends beautifully with the cool silver moonlight. Together, they paint soft patterns across the stone floor. Leaves, branches, petals. Everything moves slowly as the breeze slips through the slightly open roof window. Somewhere beyond the blossoms, the grandfather clock quietly marks another passing hour. Its steady rhythm no longer feels like time moving away. Instead, it feels like the heartbeat of the greenhouse itself. Patient, reliable, calm. You notice a small wooden plaque resting beneath the flowering tree. Its carved words have become smooth with age. They simply say, "Every season has its quiet gift." You read the words once. Then again. The meaning grows a little deeper each time. Spring brings new beginnings. Summer offers gentle abundance. Autumn teaches graceful change. Winter reminds the world to rest. None of the seasons compete with one another. Each arrives when the time is right. Each quietly leaves something beautiful behind. Perhaps our own lives move in much the same way. Some seasons ask us to grow. Others ask us to wait. Some invite us to begin again. And some gently remind us that resting is also part of becoming. The blossoms continue falling around you. One lands softly upon your shoulder. Another settles beside your hand. Neither asks to stay. Neither fears the journey downward. They simply trust the gentle breeze. You close your eyes for a peaceful moment. The little white blossom remains resting lightly upon your shoulder. Its delicate petals are as soft as silk. It seems perfectly content to travel with you for a while longer. You rise slowly from the circular bench. The flowering tree continues its quiet dance behind you. One blossom drifts gently through the lantern light, then disappears among the ferns below. The greenhouse has grown even quieter now. It is the peaceful silence that comes only after night has fully arrived. Not an empty silence, but one filled with tiny sounds. The steady trickle of water, the whisper of leaves, the gentle ticking of the old clock, the soft breathing of sleeping birds tucked safely among the branches. Together, they form a lullaby that no one planned, yet somehow feels perfectly complete. The winding path leads you toward the northern end of the greenhouse. This is a place few visitors ever notice. Hidden behind a curtain of climbing ivy, a small wooden door stands slightly open. Its weathered frame is painted a faded shade of sage green. The brass handle has become smooth with age. You gently push the door. It opens without a sound. Beyond it lies a tiny library. Not large. Just one quiet room. Shelves of well-loved books line the walls from floor to ceiling. Some are bound in deep green cloth. Others in worn brown leather. A few have faded blue covers, softened by many careful hands over the years. None of the books are arranged by title or by author. Instead, small handwritten signs rest at the end of each shelf. Gardens, seasons, birds, quiet places, gentle thoughts. The final shelf simply says, "For rainy evenings." You smile. It feels exactly right. A wooden ladder leans against the tallest shelf. Its little wheels rest upon polished brass rails. Somewhere nearby, the familiar fragrance of cedar wood fills the room, mixed with old paper, lavender, and the faint sweetness of dried roses tucked carefully between forgotten pages. Near the window stands a single reading chair. Its soft green cushion has faded beautifully with time. Beside it, a small table holds an oil lamp. The warm flame glows quietly beneath its glass chimney. The light is gentle enough for reading, yet soft enough to make the whole room feel wonderfully sleepy. One book rests open upon the table. A pressed maple leaf marks the page. You glance at the line where the reader stopped. It says only, "The quietest places often teach the longest lessons." You close the book gently. Some thoughts are most beautiful when they are allowed to linger. Outside the little window, the moon shines through the greenhouse glass. Its silver light falls across the wooden floor in long, peaceful shapes. Tiny dust particles drift lazily through the lamplight, turning slowly, almost like miniature stars floating indoors. In one corner, a grandfather armchair is covered with a knitted blanket. Folded neatly beside it rests a pair of reading glasses. No one seems to have forgotten them. Instead, it feels as though someone simply stepped away for a peaceful evening walk among the flowers. Certain they would return before morning. You run your fingertips lightly along the spines of a few old books. The covers are worn smooth. Loved. Read many times. Each one carries the quiet comfort of stories shared across countless evenings. There is something deeply peaceful about a room that asks nothing from you. No hurry to finish a chapter. No pressure to remember every word. Only an invitation to sit, to breathe, and to let your thoughts become as quiet as the pages themselves. As you leave the little library, the sage green door closes gently behind you. The warm glow of the oil lamp remains visible through its small glass window. A tiny beacon of calm. Nestled quietly within the heart of the greenhouse. You continue along the winding path once more. The little library fades quietly behind you. Its warm lamplight glows gently through the tiny window in the sage green door. Until the winding path carries you onward. The greenhouse is now resting beneath the calm embrace of midnight. Outside, the valley has become a sea of soft silver. The rain has long since passed. Every leaf, every stone, every blade of grass beyond the glass walls sparkles beneath the moon. Inside, the lanterns burn a little lower than before. Their golden light has become softer, more peaceful, as though they, too, are preparing for sleep. You follow the familiar stone path toward a section you have not yet explored. The air changes once again. A cool freshness rises gently around you. The scent of herbs gives way to the delicate fragrance of water lilies and damp moss. Soon, the path opens into the quietest room in the entire greenhouse. At its center lies a small indoor pond. Perfectly still. Its surface reflects the moon so clearly. It almost seems as though another sky rests beneath the water. Round lily pads float peacefully across the pond. Tiny white blossoms rest upon them like little stars. Along the edges, soft moss cushions the smooth stones. The entire room feels untouched by time. A narrow wooden bridge crosses the pond. Its curved railing is wrapped in flowering jasmine vines. You step onto the bridge. The wood feels cool beneath your feet. You pause halfway across. Looking down. A pair of graceful white koi fish glide slowly beneath the water. They move without effort, without hurry. Their reflections drift quietly alongside them. Until fish and moonlight become almost impossible to tell apart. The pond reflects everything. The lanterns. The moon. The glass roof. Even the gentle movement of leaves overhead. It reminds you that calm water does not create beauty. It simply reveals the beauty that was already there. You lean gently against the wooden railing. Above, the stars seem brighter than ever. The old greenhouse glass softens their light just enough to make the night feel wonderfully close. A tiny owl calls somewhere beyond the valley. Its distant voice echoes only once. Then fades peacefully into silence. Nearby, a climbing jasmine vine has reached the very top of the bridge. Its tiny white blossoms sway almost imperceptibly in the cool night air. One delicate flower loosens from its stem. It drifts slowly downward, landing upon the still water. Gentle circles spread outward, growing wider, then wider still, until the pond once again becomes perfectly calm. You remain there for a while, watching the ripples disappear. It feels strangely comforting. Every disturbance eventually becomes still again. Given enough time, given enough patience, perhaps hearts are not so different. Across the pond, you notice an old stone lantern standing quietly among the ferns. Unlike the hanging lanterns, this one holds only a tiny candle. Its small flame flickers gently. Never struggling, never rushing. simply offering its quiet light to whoever might pass by. The greenhouse has never tried to impress you with grand beauty. Instead, it has shared hundreds of small moments. A falling blossom, a warm cup of tea, rain upon old glass, a sleeping kitten, the fragrance of lavender, the quiet turning of book pages, the reflection of moonlight upon still water. None of them extraordinary on their own. Yet together, they have become an evening you know you will carry with you long after you leave. The little pond grows even quieter. The koi disappear beneath the lily pads. The moon climbs a little higher. And somewhere within the peaceful silence, you begin to feel that the greenhouse has gently given you its greatest gift. Not a memory, not a lesson, but a slower rhythm, one you can carry with you, wherever tomorrow may lead. You leave the little bridge with slow, unhurried steps. Behind you, the indoor pond becomes perfectly still once again. The white koi disappear beneath the lily pads. The tiny candle inside the old stone lantern continues to glow, its gentle flame reflected in the quiet water like a second little moon. The winding path carries you toward the final corner of the greenhouse. Here, the air feels warmer once more. Not because the night has changed, but because this room has quietly gathered the day's remaining warmth. The glass above is clear. Every star shines with remarkable clarity. The moon now stands high above the valley. Its silver light pours gently through the roof, blending beautifully with the last few lanterns still glowing among the beams. In the center of the room, you discover a small circular courtyard beneath the open glass dome. There is no roof here tonight. The panels have been carefully folded back. The fresh night air drifts softly inside. At the heart of the courtyard grows a magnificent old olive tree. Its trunk is beautifully twisted with age. Its silver green leaves shimmer beneath the moonlight. The tree is neither tall nor wide. Yet it carries the quiet confidence of something that has stood peacefully through countless seasons. Around its base, a circle of smooth white stones surrounds the roots. Simple wooden benches invite anyone to sit for a while. You choose one facing the tree. The wood is cool now. Comfortably cool. A gentle breeze passes through the open dome. The olive leaves answer with a soft whisper. It is a sound unlike any other you have heard tonight. Not quite wind. Not quite leaves. Something wonderfully peaceful between the two. Above, the stars seem almost close enough to touch. The familiar constellations stretch across the deep velvet sky. Every now and then, a tiny shooting star slips silently across the darkness. Gone almost before you notice it. You do not make a wish. This evening has already given you more than enough. Somewhere behind you, the grandfather clock quietly announces the passing hour. Its calm chime echoes gently through every room of the greenhouse. Not as a reminder that time is ending, but as a quiet celebration of another peaceful hour well spent. Nearby, the little ginger kitten appears once again. It walks slowly across the courtyard, its tail held comfortably high. After rubbing gently against the old olive tree, it settles beneath one of the benches, closing its eyes with complete trust. A robin sleeps quietly among the branches above. The fountain still sings in the distance. The little stream continues its endless journey beneath the stone paths. The greenhouse has become one peaceful melody. Every sound belongs. Every light belongs. Every quiet breath belongs. You close your eyes, taking one long, slow, comfortable breath. The fragrance of olive leaves, lavender, chamomile, fresh earth, and cool night air fills your lungs. When you breathe out, it feels as though the last little weight of the day quietly drifts away. For a few moments, there is nothing to think about, nothing to solve, nothing waiting beyond tomorrow, only this peaceful night, this gentle garden beneath glass, and the quiet understanding that some places never ask us to become someone different. They simply remind us who we are. When life becomes quiet enough to listen, the olive tree continues to sway gently beneath the stars. Patient, steady, unchanging, just as it has for many peaceful years. And you realize, perhaps that is the true heart of the greenhouse. Not its flowers, not its lanterns, not even its quiet beauty, but the gentle invitation it offers to everyone who enters. Slow down. Breathe deeply. Rest completely. For tonight, that is more than enough. The night has become wonderfully still. The moon hangs peacefully above the open glass dome. Its silver light rests softly upon the old olive tree, upon the quiet stone paths, and upon every leaf that has shared this evening with you. For a little while longer, you remain seated beneath the ancient branches. There is no need to hurry. No reason to watch the clock. The greenhouse has never measured your visit by minutes, only by moments. The little ginger kitten sleeps peacefully beneath the bench. The robin remains tucked safely among the olive leaves. Far away, the tiny fountain continues its endless song. Steady, gentle, comforting, you slowly rise to your feet. Not because you wish to leave, but because every peaceful journey eventually becomes a cherished memory. The familiar stone path welcomes you once more. As you walk, every room quietly greets you again. The little indoor pond reflects the moon-like polished glass. The tiny library glows warmly behind its sage green door. The flowering tree continues to release delicate white blossoms into the night. The little stream whispers beneath the wooden bridges. The tea room still carries the comforting fragrance of chamomile and lavender. The rocking chair rests quietly beside the rain-washed windows. Everything remains exactly as it should. Nothing asks you to stay. Nothing asks you to leave. The greenhouse simply trusts that you will carry its peace wherever you go. At last, you arrive once again at the old glass door where your evening began. The tiny brass bell hangs patiently above it. You place one hand upon the familiar brass handle. Before opening the door, you turn for one final look. Golden lanterns glow gently among the flowers. Moonlight shines through the weathered glass roof. Leaves sway softly in the warm night air. The fountain continues to sing its quiet lullaby. The greenhouse seems almost to smile. Not with words, not with sound, but with the peaceful promise that this place will always be here. Waiting patiently, whenever you need to slow down again. You open the door. A cool breeze from the valley greets you. The scent of fresh grass and rain-washed earth fills the night. Behind you, the little brass bell rings one last gentle note. Soft, clear, kind. You step onto the worn stone path outside. The stars stretch across the quiet sky. The valley sleeps peacefully beneath the moon. Wild lavender moves gently in the night breeze. Somewhere in the distance, an owl calls once. Then silence returns. You begin walking home, not carrying flowers, not carrying souvenirs, only carrying something far more precious. A quieter heart, a gentler breath, a slower rhythm, the kind that stays with you long after the evening has ended. Perhaps tomorrow will once again be busy. Perhaps there will be many things to do. But tonight has left you with a quiet reminder that peace does not always live in distant places. Sometimes, it grows patiently within us, like a tiny seed waiting for enough kindness, enough stillness, and enough time to bloom. Thank you for spending this peaceful evening inside the quiet greenhouse. May your heart remain light. May your dreams be gentle. And may you always find quiet places, whether in the world around you, or within yourself. Good night. Sleep well. And until our next peaceful journey, may your path always be filled with calm, wonder, and restful nights. Crescent Moon. End of episode 6. Good evening, and welcome. Thank you for choosing to spend this quiet evening here. Perhaps today has been busy. Perhaps it has been peaceful. Or perhaps it has simply been one of those days that asks a little more of you than you expected. For the next little while, you don't need to think about any of that. There is nothing to finish, nothing to solve, nothing waiting for your attention. Only a gentle story, a warm place, and the peaceful rhythm of a quiet mountain evening. So, make yourself comfortable. Allow your shoulders to relax. Take one slow breath in, and gently breathe out. Feel the day becoming lighter. If sleep arrives before our journey is over, simply let it. The mountains will still be here, waiting quietly beneath the stars. Tonight, we are traveling to a small wooden cabin hidden deep within a peaceful mountain valley. Far away from crowded streets, far away from bright city lights. A place where mornings begin with birdsong, and evenings end beside the comforting glow of a crackling fire. A narrow country road winds gently through tall pine forests. The air becomes cooler with every mile. You lower the window just a little. A fresh mountain breeze drifts inside. It carries the clean scent of pine needles, wild cedar, fresh earth after yesterday's rain, and tiny wildflowers growing along the edge of the road. The journey is wonderfully quiet. No traffic, no hurried voices, only the soft sound of tires rolling over the winding road, and the distant song of a gentle stream somewhere below. The sun is beginning its slow descent behind the mountains. Golden light filters through the pine trees. Long shadows stretch peacefully across the forest floor. Eventually, the road becomes a narrow gravel path. It curves gently between towering evergreens. After one final turn, you see it, a small wooden cabin resting peacefully at the edge of a wide mountain meadow. It isn't grand, it isn't luxurious, but somehow, it feels exactly right. The cabin has been standing here for many years. Its pine log walls have softened with time. Its stone chimney rises proudly above the roof. Thin curls of pale smoke drift lazily into the cool evening sky. Warm golden light shines through the windows. The kind of light that quietly promises warmth, comfort, and rest. A simple wooden fence surrounds a small clearing. Wild daisies bloom beside the gate. A smooth stone path leads toward the front porch. As you walk, the wooden steps greet you with the faintest friendly creak. The evening breeze moves gently through the trees. Thousands of pine needles whisper together high above your head. Somewhere nearby, a robin sings one final song before settling in for the night. You pause for a moment before opening the door. Turning around for one last look. The valley below glows beneath the golden sky. A narrow river winds between quiet hills. Mist begins gathering gently above the water. The mountains beyond stand calm and timeless. Nothing feels rushed here. Even the sunset seems happy to linger just a little longer. You place your hand upon the old brass handle. The wooden door opens slowly. A wave of comforting warmth welcomes you inside. The gentle fragrance of cedar wood fills the room. A fire crackles softly inside a beautiful stone fireplace. A comfortable chair waits nearby beneath a thick wool blanket. A steaming mug of herbal tea rests quietly upon a small oak table. Large windows frame the peaceful mountain landscape like living paintings. The first evening star appears above the highest peak. Outside, the forest grows quieter. Inside, the cabin glows with warmth. You gently close the door behind you. The busy world remains outside. Tonight, only peace lives here. The cabin grows even quieter as the door closes gently behind you. The sound is soft, almost like the mountain itself wishing you a peaceful evening. For a moment, you simply stand near the entrance. The warmth feels comforting after the cool mountain air. It wraps around you gently, carrying the familiar scent of cedar wood, fresh pine, and a crackling fire. Nothing inside feels new. Nothing feels perfect. Yet every corner seems filled with quiet care. The polished wooden floor reflects the golden glow of the fireplace. The walls are built from sturdy pine logs, each one carrying the gentle marks of passing seasons. A few framed watercolor paintings hang neatly above a long wooden shelf. Snow-covered mountains, a quiet river, and a family of deer standing peacefully beneath tall evergreen trees. Across the room, a large woven rug stretches toward the fireplace. Its warm earth-toned colors make the cabin feel even cozier. You walk slowly across it. Your footsteps make almost no sound. Near the fire, a comfortable armchair waits beside a small reading lamp. A thick knitted blanket has been folded carefully across one arm. It looks as though someone prepared everything long before your arrival. Beside the chair, a small oak table holds a steaming mug of herbal tea. Thin ribbons of steam rise quietly into the warm air. The gentle fragrance of chamomile, honey, and fresh mint fills the room. You wrap your hands around the warm mug. The heat feels pleasant against your fingers. You take one slow sip. The tea is smooth, light, wonderfully calming. Outside the wide window, the evening sky continues changing. Golden light slowly fades into gentle shades of soft blue. The mountains become darker silhouettes against the horizon. Far below, the little river still reflects the last colors of sunset. A gentle breeze moves through the pine forest. The tallest trees sway almost imperceptibly. Their branches whisper together like old friends sharing quiet stories. The sound blends beautifully with the steady crackle of the fire. Nearby, a wooden rocking chair rests beside the window. It faces the valley below. The view from here stretches for miles. Rolling hills, dense forests, a winding river. and distant mountain peaks fading into the evening mist. You settle into the chair. It rocks gently. Forward. Then back. Slowly. Comfortably. The peaceful rhythm soon matches your breathing. A small brass lantern hangs from one of the ceiling beams. Its warm light dances softly across the wooden walls. The shadows move gently with every flicker of the fire. Nothing feels hurried. Nothing asks for your attention. The cabin seems to invite only one thing: rest. Somewhere outside, a pair of songbirds exchange their final evening calls. Then, little by little, the valley becomes still. The first stars begin appearing one by one above the mountains. Their quiet light reflects faintly in the cabin windows. The fire continues its gentle glow. The tea remains warm. The rocking chair moves softly beneath you. And for the first time in what feels like a very long while, your thoughts begin to slow. Like the evening sky outside, everything becomes quieter, calmer, lighter. The mountain cabin asks nothing from you. It simply offers warmth, silence, and the peaceful promise of a long, restful night. The gentle warmth of the fireplace fills every corner of the cabin. The flames rise and fall in a slow, peaceful rhythm. Their golden light dances softly across the wooden walls, creating quiet patterns that seem to move with the evening itself. You remain in the rocking chair for a little while longer. The chair sways gently, forward, then back. Each movement is slow enough to make the whole room feel even calmer. The warm mug of tea now rests upon the little oak table beside you. Its gentle fragrance still lingers in the air. Outside, the last colors of sunset have quietly disappeared. The mountains now rest beneath a deep blue sky. One by one, more stars begin to appear, bright enough to reflect faintly upon the wide cabin windows. The valley below has grown wonderfully peaceful. A thin ribbon of mist slowly drifts above the little river. The pine forest stands silent beneath the evening sky. Only the gentle mountain breeze continues its quiet journey through the branches. You stand and slowly walk across the room. Near the fireplace, a thick woven basket is filled with neatly stacked firewood. Every log has been carefully cut and arranged. Beside it rests an old iron kettle, warming gently near the fire. Its lid gives the faintest little rattle now and then as the water inside grows warmer. The sound is soft, comforting, almost like a quiet heartbeat. A nearby shelf holds a few simple treasures collected over many years. Smooth river stones, small pine cones, a polished piece of driftwood carried long ago from a mountain stream. Each object is ordinary, yet together, they tell the quiet story of someone who noticed beauty in simple things. You pause beside one of the large windows. The cool glass reflects the warm firelight behind you. Beyond it, the mountain valley stretches peacefully beneath the stars. The moon has not yet risen. For now, the sky belongs entirely to the countless tiny lights above. A shooting star glides silently across the darkness, gone within a moment, leaving only the quiet beauty of the night behind. The cabin feels wonderfully sheltered, safe from the cool mountain air outside, warm enough that every breath feels relaxed. The scent of burning cedar wood mixes gently with fresh pine carried through a slightly open window. It is a fragrance that seems to belong only to places like this. Simple, clean, timeless. Nearby, A small wooden clock rests upon the mantel above the fireplace. Its hands move silently. There is no ticking, no reminder to hurry, only the quiet comfort of knowing that the evening is unfolding exactly as it should. You return to the armchair beside the fire, pulling the soft wool blanket gently across your lap. The warmth settles around you almost instantly. The fire continues its steady glow. Outside, a gentle breeze brushes through the tops of the pine trees once again. Their soft whisper rises and fades like distant waves upon a quiet shore. You close your eyes for a peaceful moment, listening only to the crackling fire, the gentle wind, and the comforting silence that fills the mountain cabin. It is the kind of silence that never feels empty. Instead, it quietly reminds you that sometimes the most peaceful moments arrive when the world finally slows down enough for you to simply breathe. The fire continues to glow quietly. Every now and then, a small piece of cedar wood settles gently among the glowing embers. Tiny golden sparks rise for only a moment, before disappearing into the warmth above the fireplace. You pull the soft blanket a little closer around your shoulders. Its wool is thick and wonderfully warm, the kind that makes a cool mountain evening feel even more peaceful. For a while, you simply watch the flames. There is something calming about a fire. It never rushes. It never tries to become brighter than it needs to be. It simply burns with quiet patience, sharing its warmth with everything around it. Outside, night has settled completely over the valley. The mountains have become dark, peaceful silhouettes beneath a sky filled with countless stars. The forest is resting now. Even the breeze has grown softer. Only the tallest pine trees continue their gentle whisper high above the cabin. You rise slowly and walk toward the wide window. The wooden floor feels pleasantly warm beneath your feet. Standing by the glass, you look across the quiet valley once again. The little river below now reflects the starlight like a ribbon of silver. Mist drifts slowly above the water, moving so gently that it almost seems to float without effort. Far across the hillside, a small wooden bridge crosses the stream. Moonlight has not yet reached it, but the stars above give just enough light for its graceful shape to appear against the darkness. The whole landscape feels wonderfully still, as though the mountains themselves have fallen asleep. You unlock the window just a little. A cool breath of fresh mountain air quietly enters the cabin. It carries the clean scent of pine forests, cool stone, and distant wild herbs growing among the hills. The fresh air blends gently with the warmth of the fire behind you. Neither overpowers the other. Together, they create a feeling of perfect comfort. Somewhere in the distance, a tiny stream continues its endless journey through the valley. Its gentle murmur rises softly through the quiet night. Not loud enough to disturb the silence, only enough to remind you that nature is always moving, even when everything seems perfectly still. You close the window once again. The cabin becomes warm and cozy. The fire welcomes you back with its familiar glow. Near the fireplace, a small wooden chest sits beneath the window. Its polished surface shines softly in the firelight. On top of it rests a simple ceramic bowl filled with fresh pine cones gathered from the nearby forest. Their natural fragrance fills the room with the comforting scent of the mountains. You pause for a quiet moment, taking one slow breath. The warmth, the fresh air, the peaceful silence. Everything feels balanced. Nothing feels hurried. It becomes wonderfully easy to forget the busy world beyond these mountains. The cabin asks for nothing. It simply offers a quiet place where the evening can unfold at its own gentle pace. And somehow, that feels like more than enough. The quiet cabin seems to breathe together with the mountain. The warmth from the fireplace lingers gently in the air. Outside, the cool night continues to settle across the valley. Inside, everything feels peaceful. You return to the comfortable armchair beside the fire. The blanket still holds its warmth. As you sit down, the soft cushion settles gently beneath you. The room is filled with a calm golden light. Every wooden beam, every stone in the fireplace, every small corner of the cabin glows with quiet comfort. A gentle crackle rises from the burning cedar logs. The sound is never loud, only soft enough to remind you that the fire is quietly keeping watch through the evening. On the table beside your chair, the herbal tea has cooled slightly. You lift the mug once more. The fragrance of chamomile and wild honey is still wonderfully soothing. One slow sip, then another. The warmth spreads gently through you. Outside the window, the moon finally begins to rise above the distant mountain ridge. Its silver light touches the highest pine trees first. Then the rocky cliffs. Little by little, the entire valley is bathed in a soft, peaceful glow. The river below now shines like polished glass. Its slow curves reflect both the moon and the countless stars above. For a few quiet moments, you simply watch the view. There is nothing else you would rather be doing. A pair of deer quietly appears at the edge of the meadow. They move slowly across the moonlit grass, stopping now and then to listen, completely at ease. After a short while, they disappear silently into the forest once again. The night returns to its gentle stillness. The cabin feels even cozier now. The warm fire behind you, the cool moonlight beyond the window, the scent of pine and cedar surrounding every breath. It is a simple kind of happiness. The kind that asks for nothing more. Near the fireplace, a small woven basket holds several thick wool socks and an extra blanket. Everything has been thoughtfully prepared. Not because anyone expected company, but because mountain evenings have always been cool. And comfort has always mattered here. You pull the blanket a little closer. The firelight flickers softly across the ceiling. The dancing shadows move slowly from one wooden beam to another. There is something peaceful about watching them. Like quiet clouds drifting across the evening sky. Outside, a gentle breeze returns. It moves through the tops of the pine trees with a soft whisper. The sound reaches the cabin only faintly, blending perfectly with the crackling fire. The two sounds seem to answer one another. One from the warmth inside, the other from the peaceful wilderness beyond the walls. You close your eyes for a brief moment, listening, breathing, resting. The mountain cabin continues its quiet evening exactly as it has for countless nights before. Patient, warm, unchanging, and somewhere deep within that peaceful silence, you begin to feel as though the mountains are gently reminding you of something very simple. Life does not always need to move quickly. Sometimes, the most beautiful moments arrive when we slow down enough to notice the warmth of a fire, the light of the moon, and the quiet comfort of simply being. The moon climbs a little higher above the mountains. Its silver light now reaches the cabin windows without interruption. Every pane of glass reflects both the warm fire behind you and the peaceful night beyond. For a quiet moment, you remain exactly where you are. The armchair is warm. The blanket is soft. The fire continues its gentle rhythm. Nothing asks you to move. Nothing asks you to hurry. Only the mountain evening quietly unfolds around you. A fresh cedar log settles softly into the fireplace. The flames welcome it with a gentle crackle. Golden light flickers across the stone chimney. Tiny shadows dance along the ceiling beams. The whole cabin feels alive in the calmest possible way. You stand slowly and walk toward the kitchen corner. It is small, simple, built from smooth pine wood. Open shelves hold neatly stacked ceramic bowls and handmade mugs. Copper pans hang quietly above the wooden counter. Everything is clean. Everything has its place. Near the window, a black iron kettle rests on a small wood-burning stove. The water inside is warm enough to release a gentle curl of steam. You fill a mug with fresh herbal tea. The comforting aroma rises slowly. A little mint, a touch of chamomile, and the faint sweetness of mountain honey. Holding the warm mug, you return to the window. Outside, the valley is glowing beneath the moonlight. The little river moves quietly between smooth stones. Its silver surface shines like flowing glass. The tall pine trees cast long, peaceful shadows across the meadow. Somewhere beyond the forest, a gentle owl calls into the night. Only once. Then silence returns. It is not an empty silence. It is filled with peaceful little sounds. The whisper of pine branches. The steady crackle of the fire. The soft murmur of the distant stream. Together, they create a melody that belongs only to the mountains. You take another slow sip of tea. The warmth spreads gently through your hands. Outside the window, a cool breeze brushes across the meadow. The tall grasses begin to sway together, like gentle waves moving across a quiet sea. High above, the stars continue to shine with quiet brilliance. Without the lights of a busy city, the sky feels endless. You can see thousands of tiny lights stretching from one horizon to the other. The cabin seems wonderfully small beneath such a vast sky. Yet it never feels lonely. Instead, it feels protected, safe, comfortable. The fire burns steadily. The tea remains warm. The mountain keeps its peaceful watch through the night. You breathe in slowly. The familiar scent of cedar wood, fresh pine, warm tea, and cool mountain air fills the room. Each breath feels calmer than the last, as though the quiet around you has gently become part of you. For tonight, there is nowhere else you need to be. Only here, inside this warm wooden cabin, where every gentle sound, every peaceful breath, and every glowing ember quietly reminds you that true rest often begins in the simplest places. The warm mug rests comfortably between your hands. Its gentle heat lingers with every slow breath. Outside, the mountain night has settled into a peaceful silence. The valley below glows beneath soft moonlight. The river continues its quiet journey through the trees. From time to time, the gentle breeze brushes across the pine forest. The branches answer with their familiar whisper. It is a sound that never seems to repeat itself. Always soft, always comforting. You set the empty mug upon the oak table. The quiet tap of ceramic against wood fades almost as quickly as it begins. The fire continues its steady dance. Golden flames curl around the cedar logs. Their warm light reaches every corner of the cabin. Nothing feels forgotten. Nothing feels unfinished. Only peaceful. Near the fireplace, a thick wool rug stretches across the floor. Its woven patterns remind you of the mountains outside. Simple lines. Gentle colors. Carefully made by patient hands. You walk across the room toward the largest window. The cool glass reflects the firelight behind you. Beyond it, the night sky feels endless. Thousands of stars shimmer above the mountain peaks. The moon now stands high above the valley. Its silver light gently touches the rocky cliffs, the winding river, and the quiet meadow surrounding the cabin. Everything appears calm beneath its glow. You notice a small wooden bench beneath the window. A soft cushion rests upon it. You sit down slowly. From here, the view stretches farther than before. Layer after layer of dark mountain ridges fades into the distance. Each one becomes softer beneath the moonlight. The world feels wonderfully wide. Yet the cabin feels perfectly close. Safe. Warm. Sheltered. A tiny cloud drifts across the face of the moon. For a few peaceful moments, the valley becomes slightly darker. Then, the moon quietly appears once again. Its light returns without hurry, without effort, just as it always has. The little river below sparkles once more. The pine trees regain their silver edges. The meadow glows softly beneath the stars. Somewhere outside, a family of rabbits quietly crosses the grass. They pause for only a moment, listening, then disappear gently among the tall wildflowers near the forest. The mountain keeps every movement slow. Every living creature seems to understand that nighttime is meant for quiet. Back inside, the cabin remains wrapped in the comforting glow of the fireplace. The wooden walls hold the day's warmth. The scent of cedar still fills the air. Every breath feels fresh. Every moment feels unhurried. You lean back against the cushion, listening once again. The fire, the wind, the distant stream, the peaceful silence between each sound. Little by little, the busy thoughts of the day seem to drift farther away, like clouds slowly crossing the mountain sky. There is nothing left to carry, nothing left to solve, only the quiet beauty of this peaceful evening, and the comforting feeling that, for tonight, the little mountain cabin is exactly where you are meant to be. The quiet evening continues without asking anything of you. The cabin remains warm. The fire burns steadily. Outside, the mountains rest peacefully beneath a sky filled with stars. You slowly stand from the window seat. The soft blanket slips gently from your shoulders. You fold it carefully and place it back where it was. Small thoughtful moments like this somehow seem to belong here. Everything in the cabin is treated with quiet care. Nothing is rushed. Nothing is forgotten. You walk toward the opposite side of the room. A wide wooden door opens onto a covered porch. You gently turn the handle. The door swings open with the faintest creak. Cool mountain air greets you once again. It feels fresh against your face. Not cold, only pleasantly cool. The porch is built from weathered pine. Its wooden floor has become smooth after many seasons of sun, rain, and snow. A simple bench rests beside the railing. Two lanterns hang from heavy wooden beams above. Their gentle amber light creates a warm circle around the cabin. Beyond that, Only peaceful moonlight fills the valley. You take a seat on the bench. The night feels wonderfully still. Far below, the river continues to wind through the mountains. Its silver surface catches the moonlight whenever the trees allow it to appear. The forest stretches in every direction. Tall pine trees cover the hillsides like a soft green blanket. Their dark shapes sway gently beneath the breeze. The sound reaches you only as a quiet whisper. Slow, steady, comforting. Above, the stars seem brighter than ever. Without city lights, the sky reveals countless tiny points of light. Some shine brightly, others appear only when you look carefully. The longer you watch, the more stars you begin to notice. A cool breeze drifts across the porch. It carries the clean scent of pine needles, fresh mountain grass, and cool stone warmed earlier by the afternoon sun. You close your eyes for just a moment, breathing slowly, listening. The wind, the river, the trees, the gentle crackle of the fireplace still reaching you from inside the cabin. Together, they create a peaceful rhythm that asks only one thing: to slow down. Near the edge of the meadow, a single fox quietly appears. Its reddish coat glows softly beneath the moon. It pauses for a brief moment, looking across the open field. Then, with calm, graceful steps, it disappears into the forest. The valley becomes still once again. You remain on the porch, watching the quiet landscape. There is no need for conversation here. The mountains speak through silence. The river speaks through movement. The wind speaks through the trees. And somehow, that is enough. After a little while, you stand and take one final look across the moonlit valley. The peaceful view settles gently into your memory. You return inside the cabin, closing the wooden door softly behind you. The warmth of the fire welcomes you back. The lantern light fades behind the window. Outside, the mountains continue their quiet watch beneath the stars. Inside, the little cabin glows with comfort. It feels as though the night itself has wrapped a gentle blanket around the entire valley. And within that peaceful embrace, every slow breath becomes just a little deeper. Every thought becomes a little quieter. And every moment carries you closer to a truly restful sleep. The cabin feels even warmer after returning from the cool mountain air. You close the wooden door gently behind you. For a brief moment, you simply stand there, listening. The quiet crackle of the fire. The soft whisper of the wind beyond the walls. The peaceful stillness that seems to settle into every corner of the room. The lantern hanging near the entrance gives a gentle glow. Its warm light blends beautifully with the dancing flames in the fireplace. Together, they paint soft golden patterns across the wooden floor. You walk slowly toward the large stone fireplace once again. The cedar logs have burned into glowing embers. Every now and then, a tiny flame rises for a moment before settling back into a calm, steady glow. The warmth spreads comfortably throughout the cabin. Never too hot, never too cool. Just enough to make the evening feel perfectly peaceful. A sturdy wooden shelf stretches above the fireplace. Resting upon it are a few simple treasures. A smooth gray stone collected from a mountain river. A small carved wooden bird. A handmade clay candle holder. Nothing expensive. Nothing unusual. Yet each piece seems to belong exactly where it is. They quietly remind you that a beautiful home is often filled with meaningful things rather than many things. You sit once again in the comfortable armchair. The soft blanket waits exactly where you left it. As you pull it gently across your lap, the familiar feeling of warmth returns. Outside, the moon has climbed even higher. Its silver light reaches deep into the valley now. The winding river glows like a narrow ribbon beneath the stars. The distant mountain peaks appear softer than before. Almost dreamlike. The world feels slower, quieter, gentler. A faint breeze brushes against the cabin walls. The old pine logs answer with the slightest natural creak. Not a sound of age, but the quiet voice of a home settling comfortably into the cool night. You smile softly. Some sounds do not disturb the silence. They become part of it. The fire continues its patient rhythm. The glowing embers brighten, then gently fade, only to brighten once more. Watching them becomes wonderfully relaxing. Almost like watching slow waves upon a peaceful shore. Near the window, a small potted evergreen sits upon the wooden sill. Its fresh pine fragrance mixes gently with the warm scent of cedar from the fire. The combination fills the cabin with the unmistakable feeling of the mountains. You take one slow breath, then another. Each one feels deeper than the last. The quiet around you no longer feels outside. It has gently settled within you. Beyond the window, the stars continue their silent journey across the night sky. The forest rests peacefully beneath them. The little river keeps flowing without hurry. The mountains stand exactly as they have for countless seasons. Patient, strong, unchanging. There is comfort in knowing that some places ask nothing from the world except permission to remain exactly as they are. Perhaps that is why this little cabin feels so peaceful. It does not try to impress. It simply offers warmth, shelter, and a quiet place where the heart can finally slow down. The fire glows softly beside you. The mountain breeze whispers outside. And the peaceful night continues. One calm moment at a time. The peaceful rhythm of the evening continues. The glowing embers in the fireplace brighten softly, then settle into a warm orange glow once again. The room feels wonderfully calm. The thick pine walls hold the warmth of the fire. Outside, the cool mountain air drifts quietly through the forest. You slowly rise from the armchair. Your footsteps are gentle against the polished wooden floor. Near the center of the cabin, a wide window reaches almost from floor to ceiling. You walk toward it. The glass is cool to the touch. Beyond it, the mountains rest beneath a sky overflowing with stars. The moon now shines high above the valley. Its silver light reaches every hillside, every quiet meadow, every winding bend of the river. Nothing seems hidden, yet everything remains wonderfully peaceful. A gentle breeze brushes across the tall pine trees. Their branches sway together. The sound is soft, almost like a distant lullaby carried through the night. Far below, the little river continues its endless journey. Here and there, moonlight sparkles across its surface before disappearing behind smooth rocks and quiet bends. You notice a wooden bird feeder standing near the edge of the clearing. Although the night has grown still, a tiny squirrel sits quietly beside it. Its fluffy tail curls gently around its body as it rests beneath the moonlight. After a few peaceful moments, it disappears into the shadow of a nearby pine tree. The forest becomes silent once again. You remain by the window, watching the slow beauty of the mountain night. Nothing changes quickly here. Even time seems to move with gentle patience. Behind you, the fire continues to glow. Its warm light reflects softly upon the window. For a moment, the reflection of the cabin and the moonlit valley appear together in the same piece of glass. Warmth inside, peace outside, both existing together in perfect balance. You turn slowly and walk back toward the fireplace. A comfortable cushion rests upon the woven rug. You sit there for a while, closer to the gentle warmth. The crackling fire becomes a little clearer now. Each quiet sound blends naturally with the whisper of the wind beyond the walls. The scent of cedar grows warmer. Fresh pine lingers gently in the air. Every slow breath feels wonderfully clean. The evening has become beautifully simple. A warm fire, a quiet cabin, a peaceful mountain, a sky filled with stars. Sometimes, that is all the heart truly needs. No noise, no hurry, only space to breathe, to rest, to let the mind become as calm as the valley sleeping beyond the window. You close your eyes for a few peaceful moments. The fire continues its quiet song. The mountains remain awake beneath the moon. The forest watches over the little cabin with gentle silence. And somewhere within that comforting stillness, you begin to feel that tonight will be one of those rare nights where sleep arrives naturally, softly, and without a single worry. The fire has settled into a calm and steady glow. The bright flames have become gentle embers. Their warm light spreads quietly across the stone fireplace, filling the cabin with a peaceful amber glow. You remain seated on the soft cushion for a little while. The warmth reaches you without asking for attention. It is simply there, patient, comforting, constant. Outside, the mountain night has become even quieter. The breeze moves softly through the tops of the pine trees. The sound drifts toward the cabin like a slow, familiar lullaby. Nothing else disturbs the silence. The valley below is wrapped in silver moonlight. The winding river reflects the stars wherever the trees allow it to appear. Everything seems perfectly at rest. You stand slowly and walk toward a small wooden shelf near the fireplace. Upon it sits a simple glass lantern. Its candle burns with a tiny, steady flame. Beside the lantern rests a smooth river stone, a pine cone, and a small hand-carved wooden bowl. The collection is modest, yet it brings a quiet sense of harmony to the room. You gently light another candle from the lantern's flame. For a moment, the new light flickers softly. Then it settles into a calm, golden glow. The cabin feels just a little warmer. Not because of the extra light, but because gentle things have a way of making a place feel welcoming. You carry the candle to the windowsill. Its glow reflects softly against the cool glass. Outside, the stars continue their silent journey across the sky. A thin cloud drifts slowly past the moon. Its edges shine with a soft silver light. Within a few moments, the cloud moves on. The moon quietly brightens the valley once again. Near the edge of the clearing, wild grasses sway together in the cool breeze. Tiny drops of dew have begun to gather upon their tips. Whenever the moonlight touches them, they sparkle like little crystals scattered across the meadow. Back inside, the familiar scent of cedar wood fills every corner of the cabin. The warmth of the fireplace blends gently with the cool freshness that lingers near the window. The balance feels perfect. Neither too warm, nor too cool. Only peaceful. You return to the armchair once again. The soft blanket welcomes you back. Its gentle weight settles comfortably across your shoulders. The rocking chair nearby remains still now, waiting quietly for another peaceful evening. The cabin never seems lonely. Even in complete silence, it feels wonderfully alive. The fire whispers. The wind answers. The mountains stand watch beyond the windows. And the stars continue shining above them all. You close your eyes, taking one slow breath, then another. The quiet has become deeper now. Not only around you, but within you. It feels as though every busy thought has slowly drifted away into the peaceful mountain night, leaving only warmth, stillness, and the comforting feeling of being exactly where you need to be. The little candle glows quietly upon the windowsill. Its gentle flame hardly moves. The air inside the cabin is perfectly still. Only the fire continues its slow, comforting dance within the stone fireplace. You remain wrapped in the soft wool blanket. Its warmth settles around you like a quiet embrace. The chair beneath you feels wonderfully comfortable. Every slow breath seems to make the evening even calmer. Outside, the moon has reached the highest point in the sky. Its silver light spreads across the valley below. The winding river shines peacefully between the dark pine forests. The mountains stand silent beneath countless stars. Nothing feels hurried. Nothing feels distant. Everything simply exists in perfect harmony. You rise slowly from the chair. The wooden floor gives the faintest friendly creak beneath your feet. You walk toward the fireplace once more. The glowing embers have become beautifully steady. Soft shades of orange, gold, and deep crimson rest beneath the cedar logs. Every now and then, a tiny spark rises gently before fading into the warm air. The stone around the fireplace still holds the day's warmth. You place your hand near it. The gentle heat feels comforting. Not too strong. Only enough to remind you that the fire has been quietly keeping the cabin warm throughout the evening. Above the mantel, a simple wooden clock marks the passing hours without a sound. Its hands move slowly, almost unnoticed. Time feels different here. It is no longer something to chase, only something to gently experience. You glance once more toward the wide window. Beyond the glass, the meadow rests peacefully beneath the moonlight. A light mist has begun to gather close to the ground. It drifts slowly across the grass like a soft white blanket. The tops of the pine trees rise above it. Calm, steady, unchanging. The whole valley looks as though it is quietly dreaming. A gentle breeze returns. It brushes through the forest with its familiar whisper. The sound reaches the cabin only faintly, blending perfectly with the soft crackle of the glowing embers. You close your eyes for a peaceful moment, listening. The fire, the wind, the distant river. Each sound arrives gently, then quietly fades, leaving behind an even deeper silence. The cabin feels wonderfully protected. Safe beneath the mountains. Warm beneath its wooden roof. Peaceful beneath the endless night sky. You breathe in slowly. The comforting scent of cedar, fresh pine, warm wood, and cool mountain air fills your lungs. Every breath feels lighter than the one before, as though the quiet evening has gently become part of you. There is nothing left to do tonight. Only to rest. To enjoy the gentle warmth of the fire. To watch the moonlight resting upon the valley. And to let the peaceful rhythm of the mountains slowly guide you toward a deep, comfortable sleep. The night has become wonderfully deep. The little cabin rests quietly beneath a sky filled with countless stars. Inside, the fire has settled into a peaceful bed of glowing embers. Their gentle orange light fills the room with a comforting warmth. Nothing feels hurried. Nothing asks for your attention. Only the calm rhythm of the mountain night remains. You stand slowly and walk once more toward the wide window. The glass has become cool beneath the night air. Beyond it, the valley sleeps peacefully under the silver light of the moon. The meadow glows softly. The winding river continues its quiet journey between smooth stones. The tall pine trees stand like silent guardians watching over the hillside. Far above, the stars seem brighter than ever. Without clouds, the night sky stretches endlessly across the mountains. One by one, a few tiny shooting stars quietly cross the darkness. They appear for only a moment, then gently disappear, leaving the sky just as peaceful as before. You rest your hand lightly against the wooden window frame. The smooth pine has been polished by many seasons. It carries the quiet character of a home that has welcomed countless peaceful evenings. A cool breeze brushes gently against the outside wall. The branches of the nearby pine trees sway together. Their whisper rises softly through the valley. It blends beautifully with the distant murmur of the little river below. The mountains seem to breathe with the wind. Slowly, patiently, calmly. Back inside, the warm glow of the embers reflects upon the polished wooden floor. Tiny shadows move lazily across the walls. The little candle on the windowsill continues to burn with its steady golden flame. Its light is small, yet it fills the cabin with a quiet feeling of comfort. You return to the armchair beside the fireplace. The soft blanket still feels wonderfully warm. As you settle into the chair, it welcomes you with familiar comfort. You close your eyes for a few peaceful breaths, listening carefully. The fire, the wind, the distant river, the deep silence between every gentle sound. Little by little, your thoughts become lighter, like clouds drifting slowly above the mountains. There is no need to hold on to the day. The mountain has already shown you another way. A slower way, a quieter way, a gentler way. Outside, the moonlight continues to rest upon the valley. Inside, the warmth of the cabin quietly surrounds you. It feels as though time itself has slowed. Every breath, every heartbeat, every peaceful moment. Nothing is asking you to move forward. Only to remain here, safe, warm, and completely at ease. The mountains have stood peacefully for countless years. Tonight, they quietly share that same sense of calm with you. And somehow, within this little wooden cabin, wrapped in warmth, surrounded by silence, you begin to understand that true rest is not found by escaping the world. Sometimes, it is simply found in a quiet place. A glowing fire, a star-filled sky, and one slow breath after another. The peaceful mountain night continues without interruption. The stars remain bright above the valley. The moon gently watches over the quiet hills. Inside the cabin, the glowing embers give off a steady warmth. Their soft orange light reaches every wooden wall and every quiet corner of the room. You remain comfortably seated beside the fireplace. The wool blanket rests lightly across your shoulders. Its warmth feels familiar now, almost as though it has been waiting for this peaceful evening all along. The cabin is wonderfully still. Every gentle sound seems to arrive slowly. The quiet crackle of the embers. The whisper of the pine trees beyond the windows. The distant murmur of the river flowing through the valley. Together, they create a peaceful melody that asks nothing from you except to listen. You rise slowly and walk toward the front door. Without opening it, you rest your hand upon the smooth wooden frame. The cabin feels strong, steady, built to welcome every season. Warm summers, golden autumns, snow-covered winters, fresh mountain springs. Year after year, it has remained here among the pines, patiently waiting for another peaceful evening like this one. You glance toward the wide windows once more. Outside, a gentle layer of mist now covers the meadow. The moonlight rests softly upon it, making the valley appear almost like a quiet sea of silver. The pine trees rise above the mist with calm confidence. Their dark silhouettes stand peacefully beneath the endless sky. A faint breeze moves through the branches again. The familiar whisper returns. Soft, slow, comforting. You breathe deeply. The air inside the cabin still carries the scent of cedar wood. Warm pine. Gentle smoke from the fire. And the faint sweetness of herbal tea lingering from earlier in the evening. Every breath feels calm. Every moment feels lighter. Returning to the fireplace, you notice the glowing embers shining quietly beneath the cedar logs. They no longer burn with tall flames. Instead, they offer a gentle warmth that seems even more comforting than before. The room needs nothing more. The mountain needs nothing more. Neither do you. You settle into the armchair once again. The blanket wraps gently around you. The soft cushion welcomes you back. Outside, the valley sleeps peacefully beneath the moon. Inside, the cabin glows with quiet warmth. For a little while, you simply watch the gentle light of the embers. No thoughts demand your attention. No plans ask to be made. Only this peaceful evening remains. The mountains continue their silent watch. The stars continue their endless journey across the sky. The river continues its gentle song through the valley. Everything moves exactly as it should. And somewhere within this calm mountain night, you realize that the greatest comfort is often found in the simplest moments. A warm fire, a quiet home, fresh mountain air, and the peaceful feeling of knowing that, for tonight, everything is exactly as it should be. The night has reached its quietest hour. Above the mountains, the stars continue to shine with gentle brilliance. The moon hangs peacefully over the valley. Its silver light rests upon the pine trees, the winding river, and the little wooden cabin that has shared its warmth with you throughout the evening. Inside, the glowing embers are still quietly alive. Their soft orange light fills the room with a comforting glow. The last cedar log settles gently. A few tiny sparks rise into the warm air, then disappear without a sound. You remain seated beside the fireplace for a little while longer. There is no reason to hurry. No destination waiting beyond the door. Only one final peaceful moment before the evening comes to a gentle close. The blanket rests comfortably across your shoulders. The familiar scent of cedar wood still lingers in the air. The cabin feels warm, safe, and wonderfully calm. You slowly stand, walking one last time toward the wide window. Outside, the mountain valley sleeps beneath a blanket of silver moonlight. The river continues its endless journey. The pine trees sway softly in the cool night breeze. Everything remains exactly as it was. Quiet, patient, peaceful. You place your hand lightly against the cool glass. For a brief moment, you simply admire the view. The mountains ask for nothing. They simply stand with quiet strength. The forest whispers gently beneath them. The stars continue their slow journey across the endless sky. It feels as though time itself has become softer here. You turn back toward the room. The little cabin glows with gentle warmth. The armchair waits beside the fireplace. The wooden table, the empty teacup, the quiet lantern, every small detail has become part of this peaceful evening. Nothing extraordinary happened tonight. There were no grand adventures. No hurried footsteps. No loud voices. Only quiet moments. And perhaps, those are the moments we remember most. The warmth of a fire. The scent of pine. The beauty of moonlight resting upon distant mountains. The gentle comfort of a place that allows you to simply be still. You take one final slow breath. The clean mountain air, the warmth of cedar, and the peaceful silence fill your heart. You gently close your eyes. Somewhere outside, the breeze continues its quiet song through the forest. The river keeps flowing beneath the stars. The mountains remain awake, watching peacefully over the sleeping valley. And inside the little cabin, everything is calm, everything is warm, everything is exactly where it belongs. As our journey comes to its peaceful end, may you carry this quiet feeling with you. May your breathing remain slow. May your thoughts become lighter. And may sleep find you as gently as the moonlight found this little mountain cabin. Thank you for spending this peaceful evening here. Until our next journey, may your nights be restful, your heart be calm, and your dreams be filled with warmth, peace, and gentle wonder. Good night, and sleep well. Good evening, and welcome. Tonight, I invite you to leave behind the noise of the busy world. For the next little while, there are no crowded streets, no bright city lights, no rushing clocks, only endless golden sand, a gentle evening breeze, and a quiet journey beneath one of the most beautiful night skies on earth. Before we begin, take a slow, comfortable breath. Allow your shoulders to relax. Let your thoughts become a little lighter. And if sleep arrives before our journey reaches its end, simply let it. The desert has never hurried anyone. It has always welcomed slow footsteps, quiet hearts, and peaceful evenings. Our journey begins just as the afternoon sun starts to soften. The golden light stretches across endless rolling dunes, each one shaped gently by the patient desert wind. The sand glows like warm honey beneath the fading sunlight. Not a single building stands upon the horizon. Only open sky, golden hills of sand, and peaceful silence. Far ahead, a small caravan moves slowly across the desert. Several graceful camels walk at an unhurried pace. Each gentle step leaves a quiet trail behind them. Their soft footsteps disappear almost as quickly as they are made. The desert keeps no footprints for very long. A calm breeze drifts across the dunes. It carries warm air touched with the faint scent of dry earth and wild desert herbs hidden among scattered rocks. The breeze never rushes. It simply moves where the open land welcomes it. You walk beside the caravan. There is no need to hurry. The camels understand the rhythm of the desert better than anyone. Slow steps, steady breathing, quiet patience. The sun continues its gentle journey toward the western horizon. The bright blue sky slowly changes. Soft shades of gold become warm amber. Amber becomes gentle orange. Soon, hints of rose and lavender begin to appear above the distant dunes. Every passing moment paints the desert with a new color. It feels less like watching a sunset, and more like watching the sky quietly tell its evening story. One of the camels turns its head for a brief moment. Its calm eyes reflect the fading sunlight. Then it continues walking peacefully. Its long shadow stretches gracefully across the sand. Nearby, tiny desert grasses sway gently between smooth rocks. Though the land appears empty from a distance, life quietly exists everywhere. A small desert bird glides across the evening sky before disappearing beyond a nearby dune. A gentle breeze smooths the sand once again, covering every trace left behind. The caravan reaches the top of a tall dune. You pause beside the others. From here, the view stretches endlessly in every direction. Golden waves of sand rise and fall like a peaceful ocean frozen in time. The setting sun rests just above the horizon. Its warm light fills the entire desert with a comforting glow. There is something wonderfully calming about such a wide open landscape. Nothing crowds your thoughts. Nothing competes for your attention. Only space, silence, and the slow rhythm of the journey. The evening grows cooler. The breeze becomes softer. One by one, the first tiny stars begin to appear high above the fading colors of the sky. The caravan continues forward, not because there is urgency, but because the desert always invites gentle movement. And somehow, with every quiet step across the warm sand, the busy thoughts of the day begin to drift away, leaving only peaceful breathing, a quiet heart, and the promise of a beautiful night waiting just beyond the next golden dune. The caravan continues its peaceful journey across the rolling dunes. Each camel walks with quiet confidence. Their gentle footsteps sink softly into the warm sand, then disappear beneath the touch of the evening breeze. No one speaks. There is no need. The desert has its own quiet language. It is spoken by the wind, the shifting dunes, and the endless sky above. The last golden light of the sun slowly slips beyond the distant horizon. For a few peaceful moments, the entire desert glows with shades of amber, rose, and soft violet. Every dune becomes a smooth wave of color. Every shadow grows a little longer. You pause for a moment at the crest of another dune. Looking back, the path behind the caravan has already vanished. The wind has gently brushed the sand smooth once again. It feels as though the desert quietly welcomes every traveler, yet never asks anyone to leave a mark behind. A cool evening breeze begins to replace the warmth of the day. It carries a gentle freshness across the open land. The air feels lighter now, easier to breathe. The camels continue their slow rhythm, step after step, never hurried, never delayed. Their calm pace seems perfectly matched to the peaceful heartbeat of the desert itself. Far ahead, You notice a cluster of tall date palms standing quietly between the dunes. Their dark silhouettes rise against the colorful evening sky. Beneath them, a small spring reflects the fading light like polished glass. The caravan gently changes direction. Not quickly, only with the same quiet patience that has guided every step so far. As you draw closer, the peaceful sound of moving water becomes just barely noticeable. Soft, clear, almost hidden beneath the whisper of the breeze. The little oasis feels wonderfully calm. Date palms sway gently overhead. Their long leaves rustle softly in the evening air. The spring is surrounded by smooth stones shaped by countless years of flowing water. Its clear surface reflects the first bright stars appearing overhead. The camels stop beside the water. Each one lowers its head peacefully. The stillness of the oasis somehow feels even deeper than the silence of the open desert. You kneel beside the spring. The water is cool and wonderfully refreshing. Tiny ripples spread gently across its surface before becoming perfectly still once again. Nearby, a small desert flower blooms between two stones. Its delicate white petals seem almost impossible in such a quiet landscape. Yet there it is. Simple, patient, beautiful. A reminder that even the quietest places are full of gentle life. The sky continues to darken. More stars appear every few moments. The first evening breeze moves softly through the palm leaves. Their gentle whisper blends with the quiet sound of the spring. Together, they create a peaceful melody unlike any other. You sit quietly beside the water, watching the colors of the sky slowly fade into deep blue. The busy world feels impossibly far away now. There are no clocks, no schedules, only the cool evening air, the gentle company of the caravan, and the peaceful promise of a long desert night waiting beneath the stars. The journey will continue soon. But for now, the little oasis offers exactly what every traveler needs. A quiet place to pause, a cool drink of water, and a few peaceful moments to simply breathe. The little oasis grows even quieter as evening settles across the desert. The spring reflects the first stars with perfect clarity. Every ripple slowly fades, until the water becomes as smooth as polished glass. The camels rest peacefully beneath the tall date palms. Their calm breathing blends gently with the whisper of the evening breeze. The long leaves sway overhead, softly, slowly, creating a peaceful rhythm that seems to belong only to this quiet place. You remain seated beside the spring. The cool stone beneath you still holds a little warmth from the afternoon sun. It feels comfortable, balanced between the warmth of the day and the freshness of the coming night. The sky continues its gentle transformation. The last traces of orange quietly disappear beyond the western dunes. Deep blue slowly fills the horizon. Above, more stars appear with every passing moment. Some shine brightly. Others seem to reveal themselves only after your eyes have rested upon the sky for a while. The desert never rushes its beauty. It reveals it little by little. A gentle breeze drifts through the oasis once again. The date palms answer with their familiar whisper. Somewhere nearby, a tiny night bird sings a single quiet note. Then silence gently returns. The sound never feels lonely. Instead, it becomes another peaceful thread woven into the calmness of the evening. You cup a little cool water in your hands. The spring is wonderfully clear. Its gentle freshness feels welcome after the warm journey across the dunes. Small circles spread across the surface, growing wider, then slowly disappearing beneath the reflection of the stars. The caravan remains in no hurry. One traveler quietly adjusts a saddle. Another carefully folds a woven blanket beside the palms. Every movement is slow, thoughtful, unhurried. The desert seems to encourage exactly that. Nearby, a small lantern is gently placed upon a smooth stone. Its golden light reflects softly across the water. The warm glow and the cool starlight meet together in perfect harmony. Neither one outshines the other. Together, they make the little oasis feel wonderfully welcoming. Beyond the palms, the dunes stretch endlessly beneath the evening sky. Their gentle curves now glow beneath pale moonlight. The wind softly reshapes their surface, leaving delicate patterns that will quietly change again before morning arrives. Nothing in the desert stays exactly the same. Yet everything always feels familiar. You take one long, slow breath. The air carries the faint scent of warm sand, dry desert herbs, and fresh water from the spring. It is simple, clean, peaceful, the kind of air that makes every breath feel lighter than the last. The first silver light of the rising moon appears above a distant dune. Its gentle glow spreads slowly across the quiet landscape. The oasis becomes even more beautiful beneath its light. The palm leaves shimmer softly. The spring reflects both moon and stars. The camels rest without a sound. For a little while longer. No one continues the journey. The desert has offered a peaceful place to pause. And everyone quietly accepts its invitation. You close your eyes for a gentle moment, listening only to the breeze, the water, and the deep silence that stretches far beyond the little oasis. Within that silence, the worries of the day seem to drift farther and farther away, leaving only calm, gentle breathing, and the quiet promise of a peaceful night beneath the endless desert sky. The moon continues its gentle climb above the desert. Its silver light slowly spreads across the quiet dunes. The warm colors of sunset have now completely faded. In their place, a peaceful blue night stretches from one horizon to the other. The little oasis glows softly beneath the moonlight. The spring reflects every bright star above. Its surface remains perfectly still. Only an occasional breath of wind creates tiny circles that quietly drift across the water before fading away. The caravan remains resting beneath the date palms. The camels sit comfortably upon the cool sand. Their calm breathing rises and falls in a slow, peaceful rhythm. Every now and then, one gently lifts its head toward the night sky. Then settles once again. There is no hurry here. The desert keeps its own gentle pace. Nearby, a small campfire has been carefully prepared using dry desert wood carried during the journey. The tiny flames begin to dance softly. Not high, not bright, only enough to offer warmth and a comforting glow. The golden firelight blends beautifully with the cool silver light of the moon. Together, they fill the oasis with quiet beauty. You settle onto a woven blanket beside the fire. The sand beneath it has become pleasantly cool after the warmth of the day. The warmth from the little fire feels gentle against the evening breeze. Everything is perfectly balanced. A simple kettle rests above the glowing embers. Before long, Thin ribbons of steam begin to rise into the still night air. The gentle fragrance of desert herbs slowly fills the little campsite. A warm cup of herbal tea is quietly prepared. You hold the cup with both hands. Its comforting warmth spreads gently through your fingers. The first slow sip feels wonderfully soothing. The tea carries delicate notes of mint and wild herbs gathered from distant desert valleys. Simple flavors. Calm flavors. The kind that seem to belong perfectly beneath an open sky. Far beyond the oasis, the endless dunes shimmer beneath the moonlight. Their smooth curves resemble gentle waves upon a silent ocean. A light breeze passes across their surface, creating delicate patterns that seem to change almost without being seen. Above, the stars grow brighter with every passing moment. Without clouds, the Milky Way stretches across the heavens like a quiet river of light. You find yourself looking upward more often than forward. The sky feels endless, peaceful, full of gentle wonder. The little campfire continues its quiet song. Soft crackles rise now and then. Tiny sparks float upward, disappearing among the countless stars. For a brief moment, it becomes difficult to tell where the fire ends, and where the night sky begins. The breeze moves through the palm leaves once again. Their soft whisper joins the gentle sound of the spring nearby. The two melodies blend together naturally. One carried by the wind, the other carried by water. You take another slow breath. The cool desert air, the warmth of the tea, the quiet fire, and the endless stars above all come together in a single peaceful moment. It feels as though the desert is quietly reminding every traveler of something simple. Sometimes, the greatest comfort is found not in reaching the destination, but in slowing down enough to enjoy the journey itself. The little campfire continues to glow quietly. Its gentle warmth reaches only a short distance before giving way to the cool night air. Beyond the circle of golden light, the desert stretches peacefully beneath the stars. The caravan remains resting beside the oasis. The camels have settled comfortably upon the soft sand. Their slow breathing blends naturally with the whisper of the breeze moving through the date palms. The little spring continues its endless journey. Clear water slips gently between smooth stones before returning to the quiet pool beneath the trees. The sound is soft, almost like a distant lullaby. You place the empty cup beside the woven blanket. The warmth of the herbal tea lingers pleasantly. The evening feels slower now, calmer, as though time itself has chosen to rest for a little while. Above, the Milky Way shines with remarkable clarity. Countless stars fill every corner of the sky. Some appear bright enough to touch. Others glow softly in the far distance. Together, they form a breathtaking river of light stretching across the heavens. You lean back comfortably, looking upward. Without the lights of towns or cities, the desert sky reveals its quiet beauty without interruption. Every star seems to tell its own silent story. Every constellation appears sharp against the deep velvet sky. A gentle breeze crosses the dunes once again. The sand responds with tiny shifting patterns. The movement is almost impossible to see. Yet somehow, you know the desert is always changing. Patiently, gracefully, without ever losing its peaceful character. Nearby, one of the date palms releases a single dry leaf. It drifts slowly through the air before resting gently upon the sand. No sound, No hurry. Only another quiet moment joining the evening. The campfire settles into glowing embers. Its flames grow smaller. Its warmth remains steady. The soft orange light reflects gently across the nearby stones surrounding the spring. Tiny ripples carry those reflections across the clear water. They shimmer for a moment, then quietly disappear. The little oasis feels like a peaceful island surrounded by endless waves of sand. Safe, calm, hidden from the busy world. You breathe in deeply. The fresh scent of cool water mixes with warm sand and the faint fragrance of desert herbs carried by the breeze. Every breath feels wonderfully clean. The kind of air that makes your mind grow quieter with each passing moment. Far away, a small desert owl calls gently into the night. Only once. Its peaceful voice fades across the open dunes. Then silence returns once more. Not empty silence. Comforting silence. The kind that allows every heartbeat to slow. Every thought to soften. And every breath to become deeper. You wrap the light blanket a little closer around your shoulders. The cool desert air feels refreshing. The warmth from the glowing embers balances it perfectly. Everything feels exactly as it should. The oasis. The stars. The quiet caravan. The endless dunes. For tonight, there is nowhere else to be. Only here, beneath the wide desert sky, where every peaceful moment gently invites your heart to become a little lighter. You're breathing a little slower, and your mind ready for a long, restful sleep. The peaceful night settles even deeper across the desert. The little oasis rests quietly beneath a sky filled with countless stars. The glowing embers continue to offer their gentle warmth. Every now and then, a tiny spark rises into the cool air, floating silently upward before disappearing into the endless darkness above. You remain comfortably seated beside the fire. The woven blanket rests softly around your shoulders. The warmth reaches your hands. The cool breeze brushes gently across your face. Together, they create the perfect balance between comfort and freshness. Nearby, the spring continues its quiet journey. Clear water flows patiently over smooth stones. Its gentle melody blends with the whisper of the palm leaves overhead. The sounds are so soft. They seem to become part of your breathing. You close your eyes for just a moment, listening. The breeze, the water, the quiet breathing of the resting camels. Each sound arrives slowly, then fades gently into silence. There is nothing demanding your attention, nothing asking you to hurry. Only this peaceful evening beneath the stars. After a while, you slowly open your eyes again. The moon has climbed a little higher. Its silver light now reaches farther across the dunes. The sand glows softly beneath the night sky. Every gentle hill reflects the moonlight like calm ocean waves frozen in time. You rise from the blanket, taking a slow walk toward the edge of the oasis. The cool sand feels wonderfully soft beneath your feet. Each step leaves a quiet footprint behind. Moments later, the evening breeze gently smooths the surface once again. The desert keeps no memories of footsteps. Only peaceful moments remain. You pause beside one of the tall date palms. Its long leaves sway gracefully above you. They whisper with every passing breeze. The sound is calm, steady, almost like a quiet lullaby shared only with those who choose to listen. Looking upward, the sky feels endless. The Milky Way stretches from one horizon to the other. Thousands of tiny stars shimmer with gentle light. Some shine brightly. Others appear like distant whispers across the heavens. You stand quietly beneath them, taking one long, slow breath. The fresh night air carries the faint scent of warm sand, cool water, and desert herbs resting peacefully beneath the moonlight. Everything feels wonderfully simple, wonderfully still. You return slowly toward the little campfire. The glowing embers welcome you with their familiar warmth. A small kettle rests nearby. The last of the herbal tea remains pleasantly warm. You pour one final cup, holding it gently between your hands. Its comforting warmth spreads through your fingers. The quiet aroma of mint rises into the cool desert air. One slow sip, then another. The peaceful rhythm of the evening seems to flow through every breath you take. Around you, the oasis continues its silent song. The palms whisper, the spring flows, the stars shine, and the caravan rests without a care. For this one quiet night, there is nowhere else to be. Only here, wrapped in moonlight, surrounded by gentle silence, as the peaceful desert slowly guides your heart toward perfect rest. The peaceful night continues its gentle journey across the desert. The little campfire has become a bed of glowing embers. Their soft orange light spreads quietly across the sand. The warmth is gentle, just enough to keep the cool desert air wonderfully comfortable. Around the oasis, everything rests peacefully. The date palms stand tall beneath the moonlight. Their long leaves sway slowly whenever a quiet breeze passes through. The spring continues to flow with its calm, steady rhythm. Its clear water reflects the stars above like a polished mirror. The camels remain nearby. Some are resting peacefully upon the sand. Others stand quietly beneath the palms. Their calm breathing blends naturally with the sounds of the night. There is no rush, no destination demanding attention, only this peaceful pause beneath the endless sky. You rise slowly from the woven blanket. Your footsteps leave gentle impressions in the cool sand. The grains feel wonderfully soft beneath your feet. Each step is slow, almost effortless. You walk toward the edge of the oasis. Beyond the palms, the open desert stretches as far as your eyes can see. Rolling dunes rise and fall beneath the moonlight like gentle ocean waves frozen in time. The silver light gives every ridge a quiet glow. The shadows between the dunes appear soft rather than dark. The whole landscape feels calm, welcoming, timeless. A light breeze crosses the open sand. Tiny ripples form across the surface of the dunes. They shift almost silently, creating new patterns with every passing moment. The desert never truly stands still. Yet nothing about it ever feels hurried. You stop for a moment. Looking upward, the stars seem even brighter now. The Milky Way stretches from one side of the sky to the other. Thousands upon thousands of tiny lights shine together. Some steady, some gently twinkling. The sky feels endless. You quietly wonder how many travelers have stood beneath these same stars over the centuries. Perhaps they paused just as you have now, listening to the breeze, watching the dunes, finding peace in the quiet beauty of the desert night. The thought brings a gentle smile. Some places never lose their ability to comfort those who visit them. You slowly turn back toward the oasis. The little campfire glows softly in the distance. Its warm light welcomes you home. The reflection of the flames dances gently upon the clear spring. The palm leaves whisper overhead. Everything feels familiar now, almost as though you have been here far longer than a single evening. You return to the blanket beside the fire. The warmth of the glowing embers greets you once again. You sit comfortably, taking one slow breath, then another. The cool desert air fills your lungs. The faint fragrance of warm sand and fresh water lingers gently around you. The quiet rhythm of the night settles even deeper into your heart. There are no busy thoughts left to follow. Only the peaceful sounds of the oasis, the endless stars above, and the comforting feeling that, for tonight, the desert has become a place where every breath feels lighter. Every moment feels slower, and every peaceful silence gently carries you closer to a deep and restful sleep. The night has grown wonderfully quiet. The little oasis rests peacefully beneath a sky overflowing with stars. The glowing embers continue to give their gentle warmth. Every now and then, a tiny spark rises into the cool air before quietly disappearing among the countless lights above. You remain seated beside the fire. The woven blanket rests comfortably across your shoulders. The warmth from the embers balances perfectly with the cool desert breeze. It is neither warm nor cold, only peaceful. The spring continues its quiet song nearby. Clear water flows patiently over smooth stones. The sound is soft enough to become part of the silence itself. The date palms sway gently overhead. Their long leaves move together with every passing breeze. The whisper they create feels slow and comforting, almost like someone quietly turning the pages of an old book. You reach for another cup of warm herbal tea. The kettle has remained near the glowing embers. The tea is still pleasantly warm. You lift the cup slowly. Thin ribbons of steam rise into the moonlit air. The fragrance of mint and desert herbs drifts gently around you. One slow sip, then another. The warmth spreads quietly through your hands. Outside the circle of firelight, the desert stretches endlessly beneath the moon. The silver dunes seem almost weightless beneath the stars. Some appear close enough to touch. Others fade softly into the distant horizon. The landscape never feels empty. It feels open, peaceful, free. A gentle breeze crosses the sand once again. Tiny grains shimmer briefly in the moonlight before settling into new patterns. The desert quietly reshapes itself through the night, never asking to be noticed, simply continuing its patient work. You stand and take a few slow steps toward the spring. The water reflects the moon with perfect clarity. When you gently touch the surface with your fingertips, small circles spread across the reflection. The moon seems to dance for a brief moment. Then the water grows still once again. Nearby, a single white feather rests upon the sand, perhaps left behind by a bird that visited the oasis earlier in the evening. The breeze lifts it gently. It floats only a short distance before settling once more. Everything here moves with remarkable softness. Nothing seems to disturb the calm. You look toward the camels. They remain peacefully at rest. One quietly raises its head, listening to the wind for a moment, then lowers it again, perfectly content. The little fire continues to glow behind you. The spring continues to flow beside you. The stars continue their endless journey above you. And somewhere within that beautiful balance, your own breathing becomes slower, deeper, calmer. You return to the woven blanket beside the glowing embers. The warmth welcomes you once again. You lean back comfortably, looking up at the endless sky. The Milky Way stretches across the heavens like a gentle ribbon of light. It feels impossible to count the stars. And perhaps that is part of their beauty. Some things are not meant to be counted, only quietly admired. The desert understands this well. It asks for nothing. It offers nothing more than silence, space, and the peaceful reminder that sometimes the most beautiful moments arrive when we simply stop, breathe, and allow the quiet night to carry us gently toward sleep. The peaceful desert night continues without hurry. The little oasis rests quietly beneath a sky overflowing with stars. The glowing embers have become smaller now. Their warm orange light gently dances across the nearby sand. Beyond the campsite, the endless dunes shimmer beneath the silver moon. Every gentle curve reflects a soft light. Every shadow appears smooth and welcoming. The desert feels less like a wilderness, and more like a quiet sea of silver waves. You remain seated beside the glowing embers. The woven blanket keeps you comfortably warm. The little kettle rests nearby. Its warmth has almost faded. Yet the comforting scent of mint and desert herbs still lingers in the cool night air. You slowly lift your eyes toward the heavens. The stars seem brighter than before. The Milky Way stretches across the sky like an endless ribbon of light. It feels impossible to count the countless tiny lights above. Perhaps they were never meant to be counted, only quietly admired. The longer you look, the quieter your thoughts become. Nearby, the spring continues its peaceful song. Its clear water reflects both the moon and the stars. Every now and then, a gentle breeze touches the surface. Tiny ripples spread across the water. For a brief moment, the stars seem to dance. Then everything becomes perfectly still once again. You rise slowly from the blanket, walking carefully toward the edge of the oasis. The cool sand feels wonderfully soft beneath your feet. A few small stones rest beside the spring, smoothed by years of flowing water. You pause beside them, taking one slow breath, then another. The fresh desert air fills your lungs with quiet comfort. Far beyond the oasis, the dunes roll gently toward the horizon. The moonlight paints each one with delicate silver and soft blue tones. There are no roads, no buildings, no distant lights, only the peaceful beauty of the open desert. A gentle wind crosses the tallest dune. Tiny grains of sand drift quietly along its crest. The movement is so graceful that it almost feels like flowing water. The desert never truly sleeps. It simply changes its shape with patient hands. You smile softly. There is something deeply comforting about a place that asks nothing from you. No expectations, no deadlines, only silence, space, and the gentle invitation to slow down. You return to the glowing embers. Their warmth welcomes you once again. The camels remain peacefully asleep beneath the date palms. One quietly exhales. Another shifts gently before becoming still again. Their calm presence makes the oasis feel even more peaceful. You settle comfortably onto the woven blanket, looking one last time toward the endless sky. The stars continue their timeless journey. The breeze whispers through the palms. The spring flows without stopping. Everything moves in perfect harmony. Little by little, your breathing slows. Your thoughts become lighter. The quiet rhythm of the desert gently surrounds you. And beneath the endless heavens, with the warmth of the embers beside you, the peaceful oasis softly carries you closer and closer to a deep, gentle, and restful sleep. The desert has become quieter than ever. The little campfire is now a circle of glowing embers. Their gentle warmth spreads softly across the cool sand. Above, the stars continue their slow journey across the endless sky. The moon shines peacefully over the rolling dunes. Its silver light reaches every quiet hill of sand, every graceful curve, every peaceful shadow. Nothing is hidden, yet everything remains wonderfully calm. You sit quietly beside the fire. The woven blanket rests lightly around your shoulders. The warmth of the embers feels familiar now. Comforting. Steady. Nearby, the spring continues its gentle song. Clear water flows over smooth stones before resting once again beneath the date palms. The tiny ripples reflect both the moon and the stars. For a moment, it feels as though the night sky exists both above you and beneath you. A gentle breeze drifts through the oasis. The long palm leaves answer with their quiet whisper. The sound blends naturally with the flowing water. Together, they create a peaceful melody that belongs only to this little corner of the desert. You slowly stand, walking a few unhurried steps beyond the glow of the fire. The cool sand feels wonderfully soft beneath your feet. The farther you walk, the quieter everything becomes. Soon, only the moonlight surrounds you. The dunes stretch endlessly in every direction. Their smooth shapes glow softly beneath the silver sky. The silence is deep, yet it never feels empty. It feels welcoming. You pause at the crest of a nearby dune, looking across the peaceful landscape. The caravan appears small from here. A gentle circle of warm light resting quietly beside the oasis. Beyond it, only endless waves of sand fading into the horizon. You breathe slowly. The cool night air carries the faint scent of warm earth and dry desert herbs. Each breath feels fresh. Each exhale feels lighter. Somewhere far away, a gentle breeze reshapes the surface of a distant dune. Tiny grains of sand drift silently across the ridge. The movement is almost impossible to hear. Only the moon bears quiet witness to the changing desert. Above, the Milky Way stretches from horizon to horizon. Countless stars shimmer with quiet brilliance. Some appear bright and steady. Others twinkle gently like tiny lanterns hanging in the night. You remain still, simply watching. There is no need to speak. The sky already says everything through its quiet beauty. After a little while, you return slowly toward the oasis. The warm glow of the embers welcomes you back. The spring reflects the firelight with gentle ripples. The camels continue resting peacefully beneath the palms. Everything remains exactly as it should be. You settle once more upon the woven blanket. The warmth of the fire reaches you again. The cool breeze brushes gently across your face. The stars continue their silent journey overhead. And little by little, the peaceful rhythm of the desert begins to feel like your own. Your breathing slows. Your thoughts become lighter. Your heart grows quieter. Until all that remains is the gentle warmth of the oasis, the endless beauty of the night sky, and the comforting feeling that sleep is drawing a little closer with every peaceful moment. The moon continues its quiet journey across the desert sky. Its gentle silver light now rests directly above the peaceful oasis. The date palms cast long, graceful shadows upon the sand. The little spring continues to shimmer beneath the stars. Its clear water never seems to hurry. It simply flows, calmly, patiently, as it has for countless nights before this one. You remain beside the glowing embers. Their warmth has become softer now. The bright flames are gone. Only a comforting orange glow remains. Every now and then, a tiny ember brightens for a moment, then slowly settles back into quiet warmth. The woven blanket rests comfortably across your lap. The cool breeze brushes gently past your shoulders. The balance between warmth and fresh night air feels perfect. Nearby, one of the camels slowly stands. It stretches peacefully before taking a few unhurried steps toward the spring. Its reflection appears clearly upon the still water. For a brief moment, it seems as though another quiet caravan is walking beneath the surface of the oasis. A few gentle ripples spread across the reflection. Then the water becomes perfectly still once again. You smile softly. Even the smallest moments feel beautiful here. The desert has a quiet way of making ordinary things feel extraordinary. You slowly walk toward the edge of the water. The smooth stones surrounding the spring feel pleasantly cool. You kneel for a moment, running your fingertips gently through the clear water. Tiny circles spread outward beneath the moonlight. The stars shimmer within each ripple before quietly returning to stillness. Above, the sky feels endless. Without clouds, the Milky Way stretches like a river of soft light across the heavens. The longer you look, the more stars appear. Some shine brightly. Others seem to quietly reveal themselves only after patient observation. The desert rewards those who slow down. A gentle breeze drifts across the dunes. The sand responds with delicate flowing patterns. Each tiny grain moves only a little. Together, they quietly reshape the landscape through the night. Nothing feels forced. Everything happens naturally. You return to the blanket beside the glowing embers. The warmth greets you once again. A fresh cup of herbal tea waits quietly nearby. Its gentle aroma rises into the cool air. Mint, wild herbs, a touch of sweetness. You take one slow sip. The warmth spreads gently through you. For a while, you simply listen. The whisper of the palm leaves. The flowing spring. The distant breeze crossing the dunes. The peaceful breathing of the resting camels. Each sound is gentle enough to deepen the silence rather than interrupt it. The desert feels vast. Yet somehow, it also feels wonderfully close. As though every star, every grain of sand, every quiet breath of wind, has become part of one peaceful evening. You lean back comfortably, looking once more toward the endless sky. There is nothing to chase here. Nothing waiting for tomorrow. Only this quiet moment, this gentle night, and the comforting feeling that, beneath the stars of the desert, rest comes as naturally as the breeze moving across the dunes. The peaceful oasis remains wrapped in silver moonlight. The little spring continues its gentle song. The glowing embers rest quietly at the center of the campsite. Their soft warmth reaches you with every slow breath. The desert feels wonderfully still. You sit comfortably upon the woven blanket. The evening has become so calm that even the smallest sounds seem gentle. The quiet murmur of flowing water. The whisper of palm leaves. The soft breeze crossing the dunes. Together, they create a peaceful rhythm that never asks for attention. It simply surrounds you. The moonlight reaches every corner of the oasis. The smooth stones beside the spring shine softly. Tiny drops of water sparkle like little stars resting upon them. Beyond the palms, the rolling dunes stretch endlessly into the distance. Their silver curves appear softer now, almost like gentle waves resting beneath the night sky. You slowly stand and walk toward the tallest date palm. Its long trunk has been shaped by many years of desert winds. You rest your hand lightly against its rough bark. It feels strong, steady, timeless. High above, its leaves move gently with the breeze. The quiet rustling sounds like a peaceful conversation between the tree and the night. Nearby, several dates hang quietly beneath the leaves. Golden brown and untouched, waiting patiently beneath the moon. Nothing in the desert ever seems rushed. Everything arrives in its own perfect time. You take another slow breath. The cool air carries the fresh scent of water, warm sand, and distant desert herbs. The fragrance is simple, yet wonderfully calming. You return to the edge of the spring. The water is so clear that every bright star seems to shine beneath its surface. You watch quietly as a tiny leaf drifts across the water. The gentle current carries it slowly from one side to the other. Without hurry, without effort, it simply follows the peaceful rhythm of the spring. The glowing embers continue their quiet dance behind you. Their orange light reflects softly upon the nearby stones. The combination of warm firelight and cool moonlight makes the little oasis feel almost dreamlike. You glance toward the camels once more. They remain peacefully at rest. One quietly flicks its ears as the breeze passes. Another breathes slowly in its sleep. Everything feels safe, comfortable, protected. You settle back onto the blanket, looking up toward the heavens. The stars appear even brighter now. The Milky Way stretches gracefully across the sky like a river of light. It feels impossible to find its beginning or its end. Perhaps that is why it feels so peaceful. Some beautiful things are meant only to be admired, not measured, not hurried. The desert understands this quiet truth. It teaches it without words. Only through silence. Only through patience. As you continue gazing upward, your breathing becomes slower. Your thoughts become quieter. The peaceful night gently wraps around you like a soft blanket. And beneath the endless sky, with the gentle spring nearby, the warm embers glowing beside you, and the quiet caravan resting under the palms, sleep begins to feel closer than ever. The desert has reached its most peaceful hour. The little oasis rests quietly beneath the endless stars. The glowing embers have become smaller now. Yet their gentle warmth still fills the campsite with quiet comfort. The spring continues its steady flow. Its clear water catches the moonlight like polished silver. Every tiny ripple shines for a moment, then slowly disappears into perfect stillness. You remain comfortably seated upon the woven blanket. The cool night air brushes gently across your face. It carries the clean scent of fresh water, warm sand, and the faint fragrance of the date palms. Each slow breath feels calm. Each gentle exhale leaves the day a little farther behind. The camels sleep peacefully nearby. Their quiet breathing blends with the whisper of the breeze moving through the palm leaves. Nothing disturbs the silence. Instead, every sound seems to deepen it. You slowly rise and walk a short distance beyond the campsite. The sand beneath your feet feels cool now. The warmth of the afternoon has completely faded. Moonlight covers the rolling dunes with a soft silver glow. Their smooth curves seem almost endless. One gentle hill of sand follows another, stretching far beyond the horizon. You pause at the top of a nearby dune, looking back toward the oasis. From here, the campsite appears as a small circle of warm light resting peacefully in the vast desert. The glowing embers shine like a quiet little star upon the earth. The spring reflects the moon beside it. The palms stand silently around the water. Everything looks perfectly balanced, perfectly calm. Above, the Milky Way stretches across the heavens in breathtaking silence. Countless stars sparkle with gentle light. Some seem close enough to touch. Others remain tiny points far beyond imagination. You quietly wonder how many travelers have rested beneath this same sky through the centuries. Perhaps they looked upward just as you are doing now. Perhaps they found the same peaceful comfort in the quiet beauty of the night. The thought feels reassuring. Some places never lose their ability to welcome those who arrive with a calm heart. A gentle breeze drifts across the crest of the dune. Tiny grains of sand move together like delicate waves. The movement is almost invisible. Yet it quietly reminds you that even the stillest places are always gently changing. You take one long, slow breath. The cool desert air fills your lungs. Everything feels wonderfully fresh, wonderfully light. There is nothing left to think about. Nothing left to accomplish. Only this peaceful moment beneath the stars. After a little while, you slowly return to the oasis. The warmth of the glowing embers greets you once again. You settle back onto the blanket. The familiar comfort returns immediately. The spring continues its gentle song. The palms whisper softly overhead. The caravan sleeps peacefully nearby. And somewhere within the deep silence of the desert, you begin to feel as though the entire night is quietly watching over you, inviting you to let go, to breathe, and to drift gently toward a deep and peaceful sleep. The peaceful desert night is slowly preparing for its final hours. High above, the stars continue to shine with quiet brilliance. The moon hangs gently over the endless dunes. Its silver light stretches across the sand like a soft blanket. The little oasis remains calm. The spring continues its gentle flow. The date palms sway softly in the cool breeze. The glowing embers have become a quiet circle of warm light. Though the flames have almost faded, their comforting warmth still fills the campsite. You remain seated beside them. The woven blanket rests comfortably around your shoulders. Your breathing has become slow and steady. Every moment feels lighter than the one before. Nearby, the camels sleep peacefully beneath the palms. Their calm breathing rises and falls with quiet rhythm. Now and then, one gently lifts its head before settling once more into peaceful rest. Nothing disturbs the silence. Nothing needs to. The desert itself is enough. You slowly stand and walk toward the highest nearby dune. The sand is cool beneath your feet. Every step is soft. The breeze gently smooths your footprints behind you, as if quietly reminding you that every journey is meant to be enjoyed, not hurried. Reaching the top of the dune, you pause. The view is breathtaking. The oasis glows like a tiny lantern surrounded by an endless ocean of silver sand. Beyond it, the desert stretches farther than the eye can see. Wave after wave of peaceful dunes disappear into the moonlit horizon. Above, the Milky Way shines with timeless beauty. The stars seem even brighter now. Some sparkle gently, others glow with quiet steadiness. Together, they create a ceiling of light that has watched over travelers for countless generations. You stand silently, taking one long, peaceful breath. The cool air carries the scent of warm sand, fresh spring water, and the faint sweetness of the date palms. It is a fragrance that belongs only to this quiet oasis. One that will remain in your memory long after the journey has ended. After a few peaceful moments, you slowly return to the campsite. The glowing embers welcome you back with their gentle warmth. You settle once more upon the woven blanket. The spring continues its endless song. The palms whisper softly overhead. The breeze drifts across the dunes with quiet grace. Everything feels perfectly balanced. The desert has asked nothing of you tonight. It has simply offered silence, space, warmth, and the gentle reminder that peace is often found in life's simplest moments. As you rest beneath the endless sky, your thoughts become quieter. Your breathing grows slower. Your heart feels wonderfully light. The stars continue shining above. The dunes remain still below. And the peaceful desert gently carries you toward the final moments of this beautiful night's journey. The night has reached its quietest moment. The little oasis rests peacefully beneath a sky overflowing with stars. The moon hangs gently above the desert. Its silver light stretches across the endless dunes, touching every gentle curve of sand, every quiet date palm, and every peaceful traveler resting beside the spring. The glowing embers are now soft and steady. Their warmth still lingers in the cool night air. Tiny sparks rise only once in a while, floating silently upward before disappearing among the stars. It almost feels as though the fire is returning its light to the sky. You remain seated for one final peaceful moment. The woven blanket rests comfortably around your shoulders. The gentle breeze carries the familiar scent of warm sand, fresh water, and quiet desert herbs. Everything feels calm. Everything feels exactly as it should. Nearby, the spring continues its endless journey. Its clear water never rushes. It simply flows with quiet patience. The palm leaves whisper softly overhead. The camels sleep peacefully beneath the moon. Nothing asks for attention. Nothing asks to be changed. Only the peaceful rhythm of the desert remains. You slowly stand and walk toward the edge of the oasis, looking across the moonlit dunes one final time. The landscape stretches beyond the horizon. Soft, silent, beautiful. Every dune seems to glow beneath the silver sky. The desert feels endless, yet it never feels lonely. It feels welcoming, like an old friend who never needs many words. You take one long, slow breath. The cool night air fills your lungs. The silence gently fills your heart. Perhaps that is the greatest gift the desert offers. Not excitement, not adventure, but space. Space to breathe, space to rest, space to simply exist without hurry. You turn back toward the little campsite. The glowing embers, the quiet spring, the peaceful palms, the resting caravan, each has become part of this gentle evening. Simple moments, quiet moments, the kind that stay in your memory long after the journey has ended. The moon continues its silent path across the heavens. The stars shine with timeless beauty. The breeze carries its gentle whisper across the dunes. Everything moves slowly, patiently, peacefully. And now, as our quiet journey through the desert comes to an end, may the calmness of this peaceful oasis stay with you. May the whispering palms, the glowing embers, the endless stars, and the soft moonlit dunes gently remain in your thoughts. Allow your breathing to become slower. Allow your mind to grow quieter. Allow every worry to drift away like sand carried gently by the evening breeze. Thank you for spending this peaceful night beneath the desert sky. Until our next relaxing journey, may your heart remain light. May your dreams be gentle. And may you always find moments of quiet wherever life takes you. Good night. Sleep peacefully. And may your rest be as calm as the endless desert beneath the stars.